Phone's lighting up, but I'm just gonna let it ring. Yeah, my phone's lighting up, but I'm just gonna let it ring. Is it the liquor in my system? My desire's not so real. Got me caught up in this rhythm. Draw me in and make me feel. Draw me in and make me feel. Draw me in and make me feel. Got me caught up in this rhythm. Draw me in and make me feel. Creeping in, but you look so good and I know what you're offering. Phone's lighting up, but I'm just gonna let it ring. Yeah, my phone's lighting up, but I'm just gonna let it ring. Is it the liquor in my system? My desire's not so real. Got me caught up in this rhythm. Draw me in and make me feel. Draw me in.
Good evening and welcome to ACM Racing. I am the new show join us ahead of what promises to be a fantastic race today. It is going to be 4 hours of pure endurance competition around the Hungaroring here in Budapest, Hungary. And drivers right now currently in the last 5 minutes of free practice 1, and we're shortly heading into a driver's briefing. The coverage of today, the next couple of minutes we'll be going through our pre-race show. There will be a guide to the circuit which I have lined up, and hopefully we'll get a few interviews spread throughout either the race today or in a little bit. In a minute I will quickly go over some of the timings here at the end of practice. Like I said, this is a 4-hour race, so this will be quite an exciting one. It is one of the most technical tracks ACC has to offer, with one main overtaking zone, which is turn 1, so I'm expecting a lot of action there today. For those joining us for the first time here at ACM, you are in good hands. ACM has been around for a long time now, hosting many different events across all different types of cars. We do all sorts of events, like charity events as well, which I'll be going over a little bit later as well, so if you're interested in those, stay tuned. So, let's get straight into it then. We've got the live timing then right now. So, we seem to have cars P1 and 2. You see there at the top of the timings, there's a second between them as well. You see on the right of your screen, you see the ballast as well. You see starting from -8 kilos to +6 for the 2 cars. They do go 1 and 2. Following behind them then is the McLaren, number 918, a little way off as well, at 1.1 seconds. Again, just only practicing these guys who are doing more race runs than quali, or I'd hope so anyway. But still, it should be a relatively exciting practice. So yeah, we got about 3 minutes left. So these guys are just finishing up their laps, and then they'll be heading straight into briefing. But if we take a quick look down the list, we have got 26 cars on track. You can't see all 26 cars on the screen, unfortunately. But there's 26 cars and a hell of a load of drivers. So we should see a multitude of faces here today. We've also got, actually, for once, a nice range of different car manufacturers. I think we got the majority of cars they are Ferrari. It looks like we have around 8 cars signed up on the entry list for running the Ferrari 296, and BMW is the second most popular choice. But looking at that timing screen, it does look we've still got a range. We've got Aston in there, we've got Lexus in there, Porsches, there's a Honda flying around somewhere. It's quite nice to see. Let's see some of the older cars get a little bit of action. We'll see how that goes for them, because I know the Honda is very throttle happy, and one mistake will pretty much end your race. Especially at Hungaroring, where the tyre wear here is incredible, purely because of the amount of corners and the load it puts on the tyres in some of the corners as well. But more or less, times are looking fairly close together in the midfield, so we should have quite an exciting race, and a load of teams as well. We have had some changes since last night. We have 6 cars withdrawn, one of them being a very fast driver, which is unfortunate, as I'd love him to see battling the Romanoli guys. That would be pretty cool. We've also got some changes as well to some teams. The AP5 racing team swapped their car from the Ferrari 296 to the McLaren. That's drivers Jones and Smith. So that will be interesting to see if that makes their race any better for them. As well, the racing team Echo Peach team has added a driver, which has now changed their ballast from -11 kilos to 12 kilos, so a little bit of unintentional tactics there. But yeah, it should be a relatively exciting race. See, the drivers now should be finishing their laps. So, who's done the most laps? And it is the Red 5 team right now, number 701. And they are currently leading with 21 laps, so they're definitely getting their practice currently in P17. So, we'll see how they get on for them. Number 701. But they're trying to get a few drivers between the don't think they have the time in the previous show to get a couple done, but either in quali or throughout the race. They said we've got 4 hours. We'll see if we can try and get a couple guys in and see what they think. Yeah, so the drivers then finishing up their laps, and then they'll be heading to drivers briefing. And then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll head straight into the hot lap report, which I'm really excited to share with everyone. So we'll just watch these guys finish up their laps now. They will get on the way for the briefing and go straight into qualifying. And we'll see how that gets on with them. So that is practice then. And we'll quickly now go to Edward.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
Welcome back then. After that quick ad break, I've just made a quick changes to the game sound. Obviously you won't really hear too much now because the cars are in pit lane, but if someone can let me know when qualifying starts, that would be fantastic. So then, here we go then. The drivers are in their briefing, and they will be going over the basic rules today, and making sure they know what they are doing. Currently on your screen then, Vincenzo Senatore in the 164 Romanelli esports car in a Ferrari. I did try sync all the liveries today just before the session, but it seems some of them have not been uploaded to the collection, which is unfortunate, but it will be fine. So, as I said, the Romanelli cars, you're going to be looking out for them today, as I would imagine these guys will be at the top of your timing for quali and majority of the race, I would imagine so. But yeah, this should be a fantastic opportunity for other cars as well, maybe to try and get on the podium. Like I said, we did have a few withdrawals today with a few faster cars as well. So Hungaroring in general, it is personally one of my favourite tracks on the calendar, or on ACC in general. I think it's a fantastic track. It is a hard one to keep the tyres in good condition over a long period of time. So we should see how that plays out in the 4 hours today. Overtaking is quite difficult here because you come down to turn 1, it's a fairly decent long straight, and that's about it. You're going to get the toe down into turn 1, and that will pretty much be it, because if you think about turn 2, it's a hairpin left. You've got to stay tight. If you go deep into turn 1, you're more than likely going to get the place back at turn 2. So we should see, I'm hoping to be surprised. I'm hoping to see some overtaking in areas that not normally overtaking areas. But yeah, like I said, I went out a little bit earlier and I did a lap, and well, I'll just show you the hot lap report. It should be quite interesting.
Turn 1 then, down to 80 at the apex, the track drops away, makes you want to brake late. Please don't, this is where you'll see most of the overtakes tonight. Heading on to turn 2 then, turn 2 tightens at the exit, the cutback corner. If you went deep at turn 1, you're about to give the place back. And you see here, lovely exit there. Into turn 3, don't hit that curb, a lot of load on the wheels and the car will not thank you. Turns 4 and 5 then, quick chicane, curb poppers gain time, careful drivers lose it. Pick a lane. And sweeping along the apex here as well. And we come into the chicane. Flatting quality if you're brave, lifting the race if you're sensible. And thank God I didn't say those corner numbers. Chuck it in to this left, commit or lose the half second. And now into my favourite set of corners, turns 9, 10 and 11. Basically treating it as one corner. If you lose a single tenth here, you're losing it all in these corners. You've got to carry the speed. And heading up now into 12. Must get the brakes just right so we can turn in and get the exit absolutely bang on. And just like that, braking just after the bridge. And one of the most important corners set up ready for the final corner. So you can absolutely power out there. And this is the most crucial corner on the circuit. Otherwise, your race is ruined.
There we have it then. 14 corners, one overtaking opportunity, and a circuit that is going to test every driver today over 4 hours. It is going to be quite a strategy today as well, because like I said, the tyres are not going to be happy with the amount of load they go under in some of these corners. And if you get a little bit slide happy in that final corner, it does get quite difficult to keep the tyres under control. So while we were watching the hot lap report, I have scanned the grid to find my favourite livery, and I have found it. The award goes to 849, currently driven by Louise Adeline in the racing team Echo Car. And I must say that is quite a nice livery, fantastic colour scheme as well. But yeah, we should go over a few more cars as the driver's briefing. They've still got 10 minutes left of the briefing to discuss all the rules and regulations. And if we finish before then, we'll probably head straight into the briefing and see what is going on. But let's head down the grid then. I wanted to see the Honda. Let's see the Honda here. Driven by Oliver Finn in the Project Loki car at number 25. A very different colour scheme, I must say, from the brightness that we had of the racing team Echo car. It does look like a very nice car indeed. The matte looking green and like a bronzy gold over the top. Different charities all over the Project Loki car, which is great to hear. And obviously I'll speak a little bit more about all these different charities a little bit later when I go over a few more of the charity endurance races this year with ACM Racing. But yeah, we should then be looking for quali. I'm predicting we're going to see the two Romanoli cars, P1 and 2, by I'd say a fair margin, and yeah, they do look the fastest tonight. I'm just going to pull up the ballast for those cars because I believe they are running. If I just find it, yeah. So the 164 car. Let's go to the 164 car real quick. Here we go then. The 164 car. That is currently running plus 6 kilos, and it's driven by Danielle Catalula and no, my apologies, that's the wrong car. Oopsie. This is obviously driven by Vincenzo Senatore, a known driver to ACM, very fast driver. I think last time I raced Senatore was in a GT4 at Snetterton, and I lost by a considerable margin. So I'd imagine these guys are looking to try and commit to the win today. as well. But yeah, they're running positive ballast. So if you don't know how ACM bob works, if you've driven an ACM before, you'll have a driver history, and you'll have a pace rating, and you'll have basically, obviously Harry and the guys at ACM, they've done some magic, and they'll calculate an estimated ballast for you. It's not per car, it's for you. And for endurance races, how does that work? Basically, all your ballasts get averaged, and then it spits out a number. And in this case, for the 164 car, it is going to be positive 6. I wouldn't imagine they feel that too much. Maybe in a bit more competitive field, they'd feel it a little bit more, but they should be just fine. So the sister car then, the 165, currently in the car is Gilles Gavioli. They have a negative 8 ballast. Obviously, again, same situation. If you haven't driven an ACM, you'll get like a pretty standard ballast, and then it will get updated as more you drive in ACM. But yeah, so these guys are running negative 8. So technically on paper, without factoring driver pace or skill, the 165 car is going to be the faster Romanelli car today. But we'll see how that plays out, of course, across the field. So looking at my updated entry list, because I had to print off a new one 5 minutes before we started, we have number 25, which I believe, yes, is the Honda again, is running negative 21 kilos today. Oliver Flynn inside of that car. And that Romanelli car, the 164, is actually the heaviest car at positive 6. So not too much. A lot of these cars running neutral. Presumably these guys either haven't driven an ACM previously, or their ballast just equals 0. A few of those teams then. Let's go to the 326 car. It is a McLaren in the Compass Sim Racing amateur team. These guys are running obviously a neutral ballast, which is 0 kilograms, no changes to their car. And the two Romanians looking to make a performance here at the Hungaroring then. Who else we've got? The AP5 Racing team. These are the guys that switched to the McLaren from the Ferrari. Two guys from New Zealand in a chrome and black McLaren. That does look very nice indeed. Like I said, they did change from. Let me just check. Yeah, they changed from the Ferrari 296 and have gone with the McLaren. Maybe a car suiting to them a little bit more. Personally, I would have probably stayed with the Ferrari today, purely because it is going to be the safer car. McLaren, if you don't set it up properly, or you don't drive it how it wants to be driven, those tyres will be falling off very, very quickly, as I found out many times previously. The Ferrari, you can sort of just chill out a little bit, stick it on a higher TC and still be as fast as you was on a lower TC. One thing I did want to see, because we have a Mustang on the grid, because I think we lost a couple of the Mustangs as well, and that is another very nice livery, by the way. That's the ISS Racing team in the 155 car. I don't think in terms of, I don't think we have any more. I think that's yes, that is the only Mustang. I think we lost the we lost Chimera Racing team with Callum Blythe and Patterson. We lost them, which was a Ford Mustang, and we lost another racing team, Echo Car, as well, in the Lamborghini Huracan. But Louise Adeline has swapped to the 849 car as well. And we do also have lost the RSK Racing Pro team. They had in the McLaren, they had negative 15 kilograms, and they had a full 3-team driver lineup there. IRT in the BMW M4. Dragonborn, we've lost him unfortunately. And another team, we lost the team Balkans with Katona Mark and Ferenc Verez, who's the only Hungarian driver, and he's not here. That's really unfortunate. It would have been nice to have. It would have been good to have a Hungarian driver on the grid with us today, but unfortunately we do not have one as they have withdrawn. We did get added Taco Racing, the TCR car, in the Ferrari 296. Hamza Badir is coming back in the Ferrari, and we'll see how he gets on. But at the moment then, 1 minute of briefing left, then we'll head straight into qualifying. We'll just quickly take a quick ad break and we'll get straight back into the action.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Puzzle. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot, and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
Alright then, we are underway for 20 minutes of qualifying. We're currently watching Vincent Sanatore in the 164 car as all the drivers now peel out of the pit lane then to start their laps or their out laps. Please let me know if the sound is too quiet now or if it's good. Just please let me know. I think at the moment then we'll just stay on board with Vincenzo. So I think that will be pretty happy. I do have some cool updated camera controls as well, so we should see how they look as well in the future. Let's go on board with Vincenzo and the Ferrari. As it comes through turns 9, 10 and 11. As I said, the Ferrari is going to be, I think, one of the strongest cars today. I mean, like I said, it is the most picked today, so I wouldn't be surprised that it is the most dominant car today. Yeah, we should see these Romanoli esports cars at the top of the field, I would imagine. But yeah, let's just see how that is. But yeah, we'll stay on board in Helicam for Vincenzo on his first lap then, as he will set the pace for the rest of the cars. As he heads into turn 1 then, so you don't want to brake too late, and you want to try hug as much of the inside as you can to get the exit nice and right. It does look like a fairly clean turn 1 then from the 164 car. Again, same situation here. You want to hug the inside as much as you can, so you can get a close exit, so you can line yourself up. It's one of the worst corners on this track. Hit the curb and you're bouncing, as Vincenzo just found out there, and he will then go across one of the. You'll see a lot of, probably a few drive-throughs today at that very corner. It is quite a difficult one to get right pretty much every lap, but we should see all these drivers fair. We've got a few flags out, but we'll ignore those for now. As Vincenzo opts not to take the inside curb there. I know a few drivers do take it, some don't. So we'll see how well this works out for him. As I said, it is the first lap, so these guys will just be trying to warm up the tyres and all the brakes before they even start pushing. I wouldn't expect to see any immediate first laps on the first lap. I'd be quite surprised if they was. Vincent then coming around the final couple corners now, as he will look to set the benchmark then for the rest of the field. We'll see what it's going to be. The line is quite close here after the corner, so he can get away pretty nicely. Turns around the final corner and it's going to be a 1:43.3. That is already quite competitive. I take back what I said. Following behind him then the BMW Adam in the Swiss Chocolate Racing Team car. So he will then be the next driver to come across the line to set a lap. It's going to be a 1:45.0 then, so 1.7 seconds. Porsche goes in just a second behind. That was Youssef Martin in the Porsche. So all these drivers just filling in, trying to warm up everything and see how they get on. Vincenzo already a 10th up on the Delta. He's just invalidated. We've just witnessed him invalidate. The commentator's curse, unfortunate there, but it is quite a hard one for track limits, as it is quite unforgiving here. Hugo Anderson in the Swedish GT3 Aston, the number 15, currently in P7. He's set a 1:48.2. He's currently on a 10th and a half improvement out of turn 1, so pretty strong for him. We've also got a Polish driver here in number 57, a 10th and a little bit up, did 45.1. So we should see quite a competitive timing, I think. So I do think the 164 and the 165 cars are going to be quite hard to beat, but I do think it should be a good fight for the rest of the field. Looking across the times then, Oliver Flynn in that Honda has found himself 4/10ths up out of turn 1, and he's gaining even more time. He's found half a second now. We'll stay on board. We're on board with the Honda driver for now. He's still half a second up, coming into the line left. That does take it quite nice, a little bit late on the throttle, but he's still gaining time. He'll need to hug this as much as he can, power early as he can, just like that. And he's now turned himself 6/10ths. He does need to start hopping to gain time here, is where you can gain most of your time. A little bit cautious on the curves there from Flynn, but I imagine in the Honda he probably doesn't want to be ice skating around the limits too much. He does find himself 8/10ths up though in turns 10 and now 11, so it should be a fairly solid lap from the British driver. He's currently P11, and he is looking to put himself maybe up into P10 with this lap, so we'll see how that works for him. Lost a little bit of time there in the braking right as it comes around towards the final couple of corners now. This is probably one of the hardest, like I said, the hardest corner to get right. It's just under Steer City. Honda does seem to tank it pretty well though, as he does come out there, and he does seem to have kept the time. He does go P11. It's a 45.3 for Oliver Flynn. Head back on board, I think, with a BMW. Adrian in the Connect Racing, very bright livery. In the 250 car, finds himself a couple 10ths up on his lap. He's currently in P4. He'll be looking to try and put himself into P3 and potentially P2 if he nails the rest of the lap. So I'm hoping to see how the BMW performs here. It is the endurance car of the year, I think. I think it's probably one of the most consistent cars to me. He does seem to be handling it pretty well, as he does find himself now 4/10ths up on the Delta, as other drivers there. The 165 car coming in at P3, so maybe not as strong as we thought, but we'll have to see. As the Connect Racing driver comes around half a second up on the Delta, he'll be looking to put himself up into P2 currently, as he does a little bit of time on the exit though. And he does go P2. It's a 1:43.7, and he does take the first sector purple away from Vincenzo, who hasn't actually said another valid lap since his first lap. He currently holds the purple sector 3, The other drive to hold purple sector is his sister car, who is getting held up by a McLaren. He does pull to the side, probably to reset now. We'll go with the garage racing team, the number 96, a nice white McLaren, who does find himself up into P2 now, only 3/10 away from the Romanoli cars. So we'll have to see how and that does it for them. But here we go then. Vincenzo does find himself on a lap now, and he is currently a 10th and a little bit up on the Delta. Can he do any better than a 43? Can he sneak his way into the 42s? We're about to find out. He does lose a little bit of time on the downhill right there. It's only about half a tenth at the moment. He's got to watch out though, because a BMW and P4 currently 3/10 up on the Delta as well. So a lot of these drivers actually for the podium even are probably getting quite close. So Vincenzo does find a couple of tenths there. He's 2/10 up on the Delta. We'll see how he attacks these curves. Over the first, over the second. Does it absolutely brilliantly. Gains some time. He's now 2.5 tenths up on the Delta, 3/10 up on the Delta. He has got some traffic ahead of him now. He's got to try and manage this as well as he can. That McLaren does seem to be on a valid lap, so he's got to try and manage this pretty well. He does find himself still 3/10 up on the Delta. This not just enough for a 42 just yet, but he does get a good exit out of this corner. He does. It's a 350, but he is now in the traffic, and the dirty air of the McLaren is going to find himself 3/10. McLaren does get out the way very nicely. He does have the Delta, literally the Delta for a 42. He's going to be very close. Finds loads of time in the last corner, and this will be a 42, I would imagine so. It comes across the line, and it's going to be a 43.005. Ever so slightly out of the 42, but he knows he can get it. He's so close, and I imagine that final sector he'll probably want to redo, but he does take all purple sectors from everyone else. That BMW then, that was on a lap, does improve the position to P3. That's the PC group, currently Zenit there in the 330 BMW. Looks like he's going out for another run, try and perfect the setup. 10 minutes gone then in qualifying, and so far it is looking quite a good one. Vincenzo leads by a fair amount, but the battle, if you look even from P2 down to P6, you know, it's only 4-5 tenths, and even then after P6 you look down, downwards to like P12, P13. Again, you're only looking about half a second. So the drivers here quite close together in the midfield. We'll head over to my personal favourite livery, which Louise outlined in the racing team Echo Aston Martin. We'll get a good look at that Aston in action. Currently 10.5 up on the Delta. Currently in P10, losing a little bit of time there in the exit, but still a relatively clean lap. Is now behind in the Delta, but hopefully we'll see improvements. Again, the Aston, a bit like the BMW in a way, is a good endurance car, is fairly consistent, and is quite quick, especially for being quite old now, or considered quite old. It still can make its way up the timing boards, that's for sure. But I do have to quickly swap, because we do have Patrick here in the garage racing team, number 96. Currently on a 3/10 improvement, but I must stop again as Vincenzo Damiano, the sister car of Senatore, has just absolutely bested his own teammate and done 42.6. He's now miles ahead of his teammate, and instantly Vincenzo responds and comes straight out the pit lane. 7 minutes still on the clock here, and the two Vincenzos are going at it. As Damiano here, actually on an improvement again. There's another 10th currently on the Delta. He does have traffic. Is that an Aldi? Yes, that is. Not seen one of those in action in a long time. But yeah, wow. I was not expecting the sister car. I do believe this is the sister car that does have the advantage in terms of ballast. But we'll see. Obviously, not going to make too much a difference, I would imagine, between these two guys, as their pace probably far exceeds their ballast. Anyway, But this is a lap and a half from Damiano. He's still finding a 10th at the moment. I do believe Racing Control is saying it's invalid. I have not seen him go invalidated just yet, but we'll see if that's true or not when he crosses the line. He does lose a little bit of time in those corners, and this is setting up for another lap. He has got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. A little bit of a queue actually out of the final corner. He is setting up for another lap. How wide they take him, and then power out of the final corner to get maximum top speed they can down this straight. Obviously, like I said, it's pretty much the only straight in here that matters, so they need to absolutely maximise it when they can. And essentially goes on for another lap. But Patrick in the number 96 is found another 3.5 tenths, looking to try and take P2 away and try to split the Romanoli cars. We'll see if he can do it. It's certainly 3 tenths up on the Delta. We'll see how he does it in turn 10 now. Still a little bit 3.5 tenths. He will be looking to try and get as close to P2 as possible. It's not enough just now. Two Romanoli cars are on small improvements, but we need to start one of the corners, and we could see McLaren splitting the two Ferraris. It's not enough just yet, I don't think. He needs a little bit more. This final corner he's going to power. He does gain a little bit of time, but is this enough? We're about to find out. Patrick across the line. He is going to go P2. It's going to be a 42.975 for Patrick. So the garage racing team splitting the two Romanoli cars, and I'm sure Senatore will be wanting to make an improvement on that. The Delta is just not enough. He's gaining very minimal amounts, but Damiano in the sister car, he's finding time after time after time. He's currently a 10.5 up on the Delta for another lap. It's going to be another improvement for the 165 car, and I don't think he's going to be beaten at this rate. It's going to be 2 tenths coming out the final corner, and he continues to improve. It's currently a 42.6, and it's going to go to a 42.5. It's currently a fair amount, almost half a second over his teammate. We'll have to see Patrick in the pits then, maybe doing a little bit of setup work, doing a little bit of reset. And then he'll probably going out in just a second. There's 4 minutes left of the session here. You can see Patrick coming straight back out, probably then for his final run of the session. Senatore is trying to respond then. We'll go on board and see what he can do to try and respond to his teammate. He's currently on a 43.0. He needs around half a second to even beat his teammate. It's a lot of time to find. But we'll see. He's currently neutral with the Delta right now. Half tenth. Found he's getting a little bit better at that corner, and still very minimal on the Delta. The improvement is not enough. He needs to find a little bit more. He does have a couple more runs in. So aggressive he is over the corners and curves, and I imagine he's going to take quite an extreme amount of curb in corners 6 and 7. We'll go on board with the splitter camera. Let's see what he does on the curbs. Over the first, over the second, very aggressive. Onto the grass, that is the faster line, I'm pretty sure. As he does find himself a little bit of improvement. It is still half tenth. He does lose time though in the next couple of corners. He is struggling out there to try and keep the Ferrari in the optimal window where he can gain time. I'm not sure what Senatore's plans here at the moment. It does seem like he has backed off at this current stage. Yes, he has. Setting up then for his final couple laps. It is going to be quite interesting, but we'll quickly head down the field as Miroslav in Franco Motorsport McLaren number 51. Currently P25. He's currently on a 10.5 improvement. He has got a Mustang right behind him, pushing him along. I'm sure that's a little bit of encouragement, but he does lose a little bit of time at the moment. He will be looking to try and improve his position. So there's 27 cars on the grid, and currently Miroslav in 2025. He'll be looking to try and improve as much as he can. So we'll go back up then to the top of the field. Damiano probably on his out lap then, for his final lap, warming the tyres, warming the brakes, making sure everything is right before he goes on to set another lap Patrick Curry on a lap. He isn't making the improvement. It's a 10th down. Senatore on his lap again. Pushing and pushing and pushing. He's found half a 10th. But he needs half a second. This is the problem. He's found a 10th. He needs more. He needs to be as aggressive as he can, but without going over the limit. Again, loads of curb taken there. Touching the grass. And he does find a 10th. Still, he's only finding a 10th. Demiano is on an improvement, but it's not a lot. As I imagine that will be his final lap then for Vincenzo Demiano. Senatore, this will be his final lap, and he's only got a 10th to do it as he enters sector 3. He needs 4 tenths in the final sector. I don't think it's going to be possible. He's proving me wrong. He's found 2.5 tenths just there alone. He needs more. It's 3 tenths. Remember, he was in traffic the last time, but he's going to get traffic again with a BMW. But it isn't going to matter. It's still 2.5 tenths up. He needs a mega final corner to even get close to his teammate. He's going to lose time on the final corner. It's a 2 tenths improvement for Senatore. It's a 43.0. It's now a 42.8. So close. That obviously had all that time in sector 3. He just needed to set the lap, and he did. I think the biggest shock I'm seeing right now on my screen is Demiano is still finding time. He's currently 2.5 tenths on the Delta. It is going to be a low 42 for the Ferrari. This would be a mega lap and a half. He has got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. He's got the Aston. I'm pretty sure he's going to start to feel some of that dirty air into sector 3, where it does get quite technical. The Aston does get out of the way, thankfully. He currently 2 tenths up on the Delta, down to a 10th though. It still might be an improvement, but I don't think it's going to be a massive one. But again, these guys continue on half a 10th currently for Damiano. As he then improves to a 10th, we'll see what it's currently at 42.5. We'll come across the line, and it will be a 42.4 then, as the pole position sit there. And I don't think anyone is going to top that. Zanet P4. He's currently on a 10th and a half improvement. He is a second away from the Romanelli cars. You can see how close it is in that midfield. So we should see quite an interesting race, I would imagine. But yeah, wow. The 2 Romanelli cars, as expected, P1 and P2. Yeah, so Zanet then with the next cross line, he won't improve position to P3. He's still half a second away from P3, and he doesn't validate there, I believe, as he does come into the pit lane. But that was a fantastic qualifying session, but we're not done. Yusuf Martin's still on a lap. He's found 2 tenths improvement. He's going to improve his position in P8 here. I'd imagine quite a bit, because how close it is. If he's lucky, he's currently 3.5 tenths up on the Delta. It comes around to the final corners. It's more than likely going to be P5 for Yusuf Martin if he can keep this lap together, and he's still finding more time in the Porsche. It's 3.5 tenths right now. That looks like it is going to be a solidified P5 for Martin, but he's finding more time at the final corner. What's it going to be? P8 now, and he is going to go to P4 for Yusuf Martin. What's the lap to improve his position by 4 places on 1 lap? I said that's how close it is. Like, the little amount of time is really improving them. But we'll quickly head into now a quick break, and then we'll get back when we're on the grid for the start of the 4 hours of Hungaroring.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Puzzle. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot, and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
Welcome back then, as we're on the grid and currently spectating Damiano after a crazy performance in qualifying. As you can see, all the cars then all lined up and ready to get ready for the formation lap. We will just quickly go down with the game audio again, and hopefully it will be just perfect now. But then, obviously, starting at the front of the field then, the 165 car obviously had a fantastic qualifying session, besting his teammate in the 164 car. They start their engines 20 seconds until the formation lap. As the two Romanoli cars are lined up, P1 and 2, should be, I'd imagine, quite an exciting race at the moment. I am quite excited indeed for this 4 hours. Again, it is 4 hours. It's not going to be all done at lap 1. I'm sure we'll get a few heroics into turn 1. Like I said, turn 1 is the main overtaking opportunity. As you see, the two Vincenzo's then leading us off the line. That's a lie, because Nicola's driving the 164 car. But we do have Patrick in the 96 as well. And yeah, you can see how full this grid is today. It is quite a fantastic amount of cars that we do have on the grid, getting ready for 4 hours of action. I am quite excited for this. It is one of my favourite tracks on ACC, and to see all these cars, I think it's 26 cars, I think, it is pretty good. Track temps then is 22 degrees in the air and 30 on track, a fair amount, a fairly reasonable amount for these cars. We'll see, more than likely, might see a little bit of a peak in those temperatures a little bit later, because we are starting a little bit earlier, and then we should start seeing cool off after around lunchtime. But we will get away shortly then. I wonder if there's a little bit of strategy played between the two top runners. I wonder, but we'll see. It might just be free for all, and I hope it is free for all, because I'm looking forward to an exciting race. I'm aiming for these drivers to prove me wrong with the overtaking opportunities, because if you can overtake in this middle sector, like these corners coming up, they're coming up to now. Turns 9, 10 and 11, that does make for some great side-by-side action if you can get it, but the track is quite narrow and you do sort of have to hug the apex in these corners. So if you're on the outside, you're pretty much losing the position guaranteed. But if you set up there and then have the inside for the right-hander, then it might be an opportunity. So again, we'll see how it all plays out. I'm really excited to see these cars get off the line. McLaren, we gotta watch out for Patrick, because he wasn't far behind these two guys in terms of in quali. Obviously, Nicola didn't even qualify, so we don't really know an estimation of their pace at the moment. But the McLaren will get a better start than these Ferraris, guaranteed, because the Ferrari, unless you do some magic with the brake boosting, they don't get off the line very well. And but the McLaren, you can pretty much just plant your foot and it will fly. And also watch out, there's a Porsche and a BMW, so the two Ferraris have got very acceleration friendly cars. But we are about to get underway then for the 4 hours of Hungaroring, as we'll see the cars then line up, get ready to move off the line, and I'm sure we will getting excited. We'll see, wait for the green light now, as the cars are getting underway now, and it is green, 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 and the two Ferraris split by the Porsche. The Porsche, told you about the acceleration, watch out for it into turn 1. We'll go into Helicam. The two Romanoni cars do get away in turn 1 safely. The Patrick a little bit wide there, I believe that's Damiano. The two Ferraris battling the Porsche off the track as well. It looks like a relatively clean turn 1, but we'll watch the two Ferraris then side by side into turn 2. This is not how I thought it would play out, but they've crashed. They've hit each other. The two Ferraris have hit each other. And it's Nicola in the 164 gets away cleanly. That's not the start the two Romanoli cars wanted. The Porsche warming up his tyres still. I don't know what you're doing on the formation after you're warming up your tyres now in the race, but the Patrick under pressure from the BMW as well. But what on earth happened to those two cars? We have to go on board. You can see it's just a little bit too wide on the inside. It goes Damiano, and he does make a collision with his teammate there, which is not probably the start of the 4 hours he wanted, but luckily for him it is 4 hours. It's not the end of the world. These guys will, I'm sure, get through the grid again, but it is Nicola who leads then at the end of this lap. We do have a little bit of action in the podium places. We'll have to keep an eye on Damiano, as he does seem to be making his way through the grid, but for now we'll stay on board with Adrian in the Connect Racing BMW as he looks to try and close on the Porsche for a now P4. We will go on board with the Porsche because we'll see if that BMW can close or not. I don't think they will. It does close in the braking zone. And then we'll be looking to set up a move relatively soon, I am sure. We'll go on board then with the Aston, who has just made a move out of turn 1. That is Louise Adeline in the 849 Aston Martin. You see the two cars behind them going side by side, then into turn 2 they go. The Aston ran the outside, the Ferrari's going to have the advantage on the inside, but the Aston goes all the way around the outside and into the inside. That was a lovely move from the number 56. It's a little bit of damage to Aston as well, but we'll have to stay on board with the BMW and the Ferrari for now, as we'll see how the BMW, if he can even get past the Porsche. The Porsche acceleration out these corners is going to be pretty advantageous for the Porsche, but the BMW does have the straight line speed. We'll have to see how it all plays out for these guys. We'll have to see. I'll get on board with Damiano in a second. We'll just have to see how he's getting along. He's down in P19 at the moment, so he's pretty much lost. Anyway, he's fallen way out of the top 10. He looks like he's in a little bit of a train behind a McLaren right now. Looks like this Ferrari behind them. These guys are getting involved, but we'll hopefully stop to the top 3 as Zanet has caught up to Patrick and is currently running only 2 turns behind him. A little bit, not a great exit out of the final corner, but does it even matter? We'll have to go on board with the BMW with number 330. Can he get the toe off the McLaren and make a move into turn 1? He is getting close, but is he going to make the move? He did think about it. He flicked the steering wheel, trying to make himself look quite big in the mirrors of Patrick. He's trying to put all the pressure on the McLaren. At this stage of the race, I think they should just try and close the gap to Nicola, because it doesn't seem to be pulling away too much as I thought he would. So we'll have to see how that goes. But it looks like there's been a move made for Adam, very close to the red 5 Ferrari. Looks like these guys have been battling quite hard, and looks like Adam does get through, and they chase on to the number 5 BMW as well. And let's quickly hop on board Damiano, who now finds up in P18 as he chases down the number 101 Aston. You can see the damage on the front end of that Ferrari. It does look like he's probably been hit in the aftermath of the collision with his own teammate, but it does not look ideal. We see a move made a little bit further behind the grid. He does think about making a move into the chicane, but it's quite a sketchy move to make. I think he's just trying to cover as many positions as he can quickly, but that front end damage does not look good, and it's going to be really putting off the front end of that Ferrari. What once was a strong, stable car is probably the most twitchiest front end car he's probably ever got. So it's probably going to require a completely different driving style for Damiano. And he does seem to be trying to get as close as he can to the effort to try and make a move. See all the battles up ahead. It does look pretty close, but we'll go on board again. The red 5 Squadra Corsa car driven by Capone. It's getting overtaken again by Adam. These cars seem to be going at it constantly, but can the Ferrari, now in the toe of the BMW, get a slipstream and make a move into turn 1? He does look for it. The BMW does think to defend. Ferrari is going to go late on the brakes though, and he's going to try and make the move into turn 1. He does make the move, nice and stable on the brakes. The McLaren behind him is making a move. That's Till on the Flying Fourth Racing Team, the number 918. Very defensive as well, cuts across the BMW, lots of damage to their car as well. I'm pretty sure they were at the top at some point as well, so I wonder what happened to them. Also potentially on a recovery drive, but makes their way through. It looks like this is turning into quite an exciting midfield battle. Damiano did get past the Aston in the end. He's now found himself in P17. That BMW very close to the back of the McLaren, pushing the McLaren up the hill. But we'll have to see. We've got loads of battles. We've got the Red 5 Squad Corsa car closing up on the other BMW as well. So it is turning into quite an exciting four-way battle at the moment. So we'll have to see how these guys are getting on. Damiano finds himself into P16 now. He's got 2 seconds to the next car, so it looks like he'll be trying to make a recovery drive. Yeah, so we've got 4 cars in the mix then for this battle. It's looking pretty good. The McLaren makes a little bit of a mistake there. It's just finds himself out. Oh, the Red 5 car bumping into the BMW, and that McLaren and the other BMW makes great advantage of that. Just a little bit too late on the brakes for the Red 5 car. He does now find himself no visible damage, but it does seem like quite an unfortunate accident, and that is going to put him behind that. I mean, more than likely the stewards will be looking into that 100%. So we'll have to see how that plays out for him. But we'll quickly go up with Adrian, who finds himself still behind this Porsche, still trying to find a way to get past. This is what I was talking about. It is so hard to overtake here, and especially in between these two cars. The Porsche with the acceleration out the corners, it's just going to be flying. And the BMW's only real opportunity is to start finish straight, but he's got to get the good exit out the final corner to even attempt the Porsche. But the Porsche keeps making mistakes like that. The BMW might just go up the inside. Thinks about it. The Porsche leaves some space, but the BMW just can't make it. It's too heavy to push itself up the hill. But yeah, as I said, if you make mistakes like that, then yeah, it's going to get pretty close. BMW then not taking the curbs, surprisingly, at turns 6 and 7, but I'm not sure if that was for a certain reason or not. But wow, that was already pretty close. But they've got to try and get a move on, because it looks like UCAS here and the number 57 Ferrari is just behind them, just letting them battle it out and then waiting for this opportunity to try and squeeze by them as soon as he can. He'll be getting a lovely tow off the BMW down the start-finish straight. So ever closing, the BMW looking for another move. But like I said, this is where the BMW needs to focus. He needs to focus in this final corner to try and get the speed out onto the start-finish straight, so he can then overtake the Porsche, because the Porsche is just going to be flying in every single corner possible. But I'd imagine the Porsche will probably be losing its tyres before the BMW will. But we'll have to see how that affects the BMW getting so close to the back of the Porsche. He just needs a good run off one of these corners and to make a committing move. But if it does or not, we'll see. But Vincent Damiano then around the outside of the Ford Mustang, the double 5 car, living in the room, just letting him go by. There's no point battling him, so they know. We'll have to see how Damiano does pick up. He's already up in P14. He's found himself battling with number 5 BMW and the Ferrari just ahead of him, who are battling for P12. Damiano's already closed up on the BMW. He's going to make a move into the chicane. Yes, he is. He's going to think about it, and he does stick his nose in, but BMW does commit. Very nice racing between these two. Damiano will have to find another move to see how hard it is to commit, because you have to really commit to these corners, otherwise you're more likely going to cause an accident. It is quite hard to judge with how tight and technical this track actually is. You can barely fit one car in it, let alone two side by side. So we'll have to see. Damiano literally pushing the BMW through these corners, as he will now. The BMW needs to focus on defending or attacking. I don't know. We'll have to see what the BMW decides to do. You can see the Mustang looking as well. But I think one of the hardest things for these guys as well is going to be cooling. Because when you're in these little packs like this, and we've got quite a big train here, as you know, it's 6 cars. So the cooling into these corners, like I said, with the dirty air, you're not going to get the brakes cooled, you're not going to get the tyres. If you're overdoing the tyres, they're just going to stay hot and then end up losing all grip. So I think Damiano here is just trying to clear as much as he can, and he does make a move to the inside at turn 1. Very straightforward move, a lovely move. And he moves himself up into P13 on the recovery drive. He now set ahead of him another Ferrari, the 729 car of Jacob in the car. BMW looking to fight back almost into turn 2. The Ferrari was a little bit wide, so it gains Damiano's going to gain a little bit of time. Just ahead of him. A little bit of the net code there, I think, but Damiano still behind Jacob as they will look to continue on. You see how aggressive Damiano is on that curb compared to some of these guys as well. I can confirm Capone in the 701 car does have a close second time penalty, and I imagine that will be for that collision with the BMW that we saw earlier. But yeah, even on the chicane, but Damiano, oh, I thought he was going to try it. He's going to prove me wrong straight away and go for the move I was talking about earlier of going side by side through these set of corners. It's the only real move, but we'll quickly come back to this as then it in the 330s all over the back of the McLaren as he will try. It's the same situation really as the guys behind him, the Porsche and the BMW. The McLaren is going to have a better acceleration out of the corner, but we'll have to see how this plays out. Damiano does get through on the Ferrari ahead of him. Most of these guys are very, very close. We've only got 15, well, we've only had 15 minutes of racing, and we've already seen probably about 5 hours worth of action. So yeah, wow. So far it is looking pretty strong from these guys. Nicola is actually now starting to pull away. So this is our race leader, and he is currently pulling away. He's doing 43.8 in the high 43s. It's a very strong race pace. As he's now 7.3 seconds clear of P2. Obviously all the battles behind them as well. Damiano's got a 6-second gap to the next car as well, so he'll have a little bit of cleaner air to work with at the moment. It's this P5 down to P10 kind of battles I'm looking for, and it's quite exciting to see how these guys approach different situations. Obviously the Porsche is trying to escape as much as it can, but the BMW, how stable it is, it's just going to close on the Porsche as much as he can. So yeah, Yusuf Martin in the Eurokart Racing Porsche team, and we do have the number 250 Connect Racing, driven by the 2 Polish drivers, and as well the Ferrari behind them, the number 57, the Line 4 Racing team, driven by another Pole. So yeah, this should be quite an interesting battle, I'd imagine. Porsche, BMW and a Ferrari all battling for P4. And something we haven't talked about yet is the Mustang, actually. We have talked about the Mustang, but we haven't talked about the battling they're doing. They've got the number 5 BMW ahead of them. That's the one that had the collision with the red 5 car. And they're in a little train. This is the train that Damiano was in not long ago. Because he's already cleared them by quite a way. The Mustang to the inside then, things about BMW does close, BMW closes just the perfect amount. One step behind, it's Badir in the number 13 Ferrari looking for a move on Oliver Flynn, but not getting past this time. But yeah, this is quite a series of battles going on here in this train. You see that Mustang versus BMW. Mustang flashing its lights, wanting to get past, but just can't find the right move. It is so tricky to predict how and when you're going to go for the move, but the Mustang thinks it's now as he dives into the corner. BMW leaving him space on a short notice. Mustang to the inside at the chicane. I imagine the BMW going to let this one go. Yeah, wow. Mustang limiting very much, but the BMW almost cutting back, cutting the corner. That will more than likely be a track limit for the BMW as that goes by. But we also had a move for Adam, who is just overtaken Manuel in the Red 5 car. And they also have the 849 Aston Martin just behind them as well. That's a little bit wide for the Red 5 car, as mentioned, the racing team Echo team will be looking to improve on their position as well. We'll have to keep an eye on the top deltas as well, as we do have an Adrian still chasing after the Porsche. Fastest lap then for Damiano in the 165. It's a 1:43.5. He's now in clean air. His next opponents are this little train on your screen now. You can see Damiano in the background of your screen. He is chasing this pack at quite a rapid rate, and he'll be looking to try to clear all these cars as quick as he can. And if he does, it will take him up to P8. He's currently in P12. So that would be quite nice. Looks like Padilla has come into the pit lane. I don't know what's happened there. Might have had a little accident. That's unfortunate as well. But we'll now join Lucas in the 57 Ferrari. Just chilling behind these guys. Don't want to put too much pressure. Let them fight it out. Use all their tyres. Use all their fuel. And I can just try and fuel save and take advantage of any opportunities as and when the time arises. Although Adam got by, Capone is not ready to give it up just yet. He is closing on Adam, and he just can't escape the Ferrari's grasp just yet. We'll see how that performs, but again, it's going to be the same situation we've had so far this race, is where the cars that are strong in a straight line are just going to pull away, and then the cars that are good acceleration or just cornering in general are going to be really good. I think that's a big slide there for the Ferrari. I was talking about being the most stable car, but I might be wrong. But we'll have to cut back to this, as Adrian is still looking for a move on the Porsche. Porsche defends it well. It's coming down to turn 2. I think this is the closest Adrian's been out of turn 1. So we'll have to see what does he do with the opportunity. He sits behind them again, looking for this move. Damiano has now caught up to that little train that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I'll have to see how he gets on. See, we've still got Adrian chasing after the Porsche. It is pretty much going to be, I think we're probably going to see this all race until we start getting to the pit stops and more strategy. But I think the Porsche are probably using a little bit more on its tyres than the BMW. The BMW could probably save a little bit more than the Porsche can, because the Porsche will pretty much be on the limit. But you know what? Well, let's go on board with Yusa, shall we? Let's go onto a wing cam and just see how much the BMW closes in the cornering. That will really kind of tell us how strong the Porsche is in the corners compared to the BMW in the straights. So I think the BMW does close a fair amount to the Porsche in the braking zone. You can just see the Porsche will then say goodbye on the exit, just like that. But again, Porsche a little bit wide there, turn 1 exit of final corner, sorry. Again, on the straight, and it's just gone, it's flying, and it's not going to be enough for the BMW to even get the pass. So Adrian sort of needs to get as close as he can, and then sort of put the power down as early as he can at the final corner to even try and make a move. So it'd be quite interesting to see how that plays out for him. But we've got to Damiano, who's looking to make a move on Pateki in the 6 Aston Martin. See now heading into turn 2. Did think about making a move into turn 1. So the train sort of dropped off, and Damiano has found his first break, you could say. As he'll try and get by. Looks like the Mustang and the Ferrari side by side once again. And a little bit of collision there from the Mustang and the Ferrari. Little banging doors, and the Mustang does get by. is a bigger car, so it will pretty much brute force any collision possible. But I'll have to see what we should think about that one. Didn't really get a good view of it to really give an opinion. But we'll have to see how it all plays out for him. But yeah, this pack just behind these guys actually is getting quite interesting as well. Only 3/10, well, not even 3/10 by the looks of it. They're pretty much on top of each other. Damiano still looking for a move, trying to get through as many cars as he can. 20 minutes is gone in this race. We've got a move ahead. That's Adam and Manuel swapping positions again and again and again. BMW then gets past after the Ferrari goes wide. BMW hugs the line. Ferrari goes a little bit wider. Who can put the throttle down early enough? Let's go on board then into a wing cam with the BMW. Can it pull away, or will the Ferrari pull along? It does seem like the BMW is safe. Not much gain or loss there for the Ferrari. So let's see how they perform. The Ferrari is going to be better in these corners. So we'll have to see how that is. But yeah, let's looking at the top then. Quite a quiet, peaceful day from Nicola. Obviously had the accident with his teammate, but obviously not by any fault of his own. And he's now just chilling. And yeah, he'll be looking to try and secure the victory for the 164 car, but we'll have to see sort of how that comes to play once Damiano clears the field and goes. I would imagine actually Damiano might try going longer than his teammate on the first stint, but it depends how well his tyres are after trying to go as long as possible. I mean, it is going to be quite. I imagine quite a challenge for Damiano to try and do that. He might even go for an undercut. We don't know. Again, I wouldn't expect any pit stop until the first hour. Yeah, I may be expecting maybe 3 pit stops today. I wouldn't expect maybe 4. But we'll have to see. Obviously, some of these drivers do have teammates in the cars as well. That number 5 BMW, but Damiano getting by on the straight. As he gets past the Aston, it'll be another relatively simple move for Vincenzo as he goes down the inside. And he'll say thank you very much, and he'll move on to the next car in this little train up ahead. But yeah, obviously a few of these cars have multiple teammates, so we'll see many different faces throughout the day. Obviously Damiano has got to hand over to Gavioli at some point today, so we'll have to see how he can do in this recovery drive. And obviously Nicola has got Senatore in the car with him as well. But we'll go on board then with the red 5 as they continue the battle with this BMW. I think it's probably going to be like one of those battles that we've seen, a bit like the Porsche and the BMW, although that gap has now dropped off. It's now 1.6 seconds. Ferrari Leon a little bit twitchy, out of turns 9 and 10. So maybe a lower TC setting, or maybe a little bit less wing, maybe trying to go for the straight line speed. I don't know. But yeah, the gap between the Connect Racing BMW and the Porsche has dropped off, and now Yuka's all over the BMW. So again, really twitchy Ferraris. I don't know why they're this twitchy. I wouldn't have thought they should be, but what's that in the background? That's Damiano, and he is making a move on the Racing Team Echo car. This should be another straightforward move from Damiano. He has to brake a little bit later. If he doesn't think about it, he did think about maybe not getting into another accident, but he's all over the back. He's now in this train that's now down to the 918 car. You see how close getting the red 5 and the BMW swap positions every lap. as they're side by side, again losing themselves time to the cars behind in this train. So they've got to be really careful about where and how they pinpoint their attacking. But what isn't that sight coming through the chicane, and that one is that the BMW ahead, going for a move on the McLaren. It's not a move I expected to see just a minute ago, but it looks like the McLaren obviously quite slow or something. Maybe that damage on the front McLaren is not helping. You can see, looks like the front bumper's almost like at a certain degree, like it's off-centered ever so slightly, so much heavy damage to that McLaren, causing themselves. But Damiano, what's happened? Let's go back. We have to go. So he went around the outside. He went deep. And he completely missed this. He's gone deep, so he's lost himself time anyway. But now he's dropped out of the pack completely. Oh, he spun himself. He just lost the car. Just completely lost it. I imagine he hit the bump on the chicane just wrong, and it just sent the car one way. And he's probably added more damage to that. That's not what he needed in this battle, but something that we need is this 4-car battle as well. Looks like the 918 car got a drive-through penalty as they come in to serve that now. So Damiano will get one more. Oh, late reactions for the Ferrari there. I don't know if that would be considered moving under braking, but it looks like the Aston Martin backed out of the move anyway, so I'm not sure the should be too bothered about that. But wow, 4 cars pretty much fighting for P7, and Damiano's going to do another catch-up. He'll be absolutely devastated with himself with that. It's only half an hour and he's already down in P11. Has made good. That red 5 car, I'm telling you now, someone needs to tighten up some bolts on this Ferrari. I don't know how it keeps sliding. There's got to be the wings loose. Someone didn't torque the wheels. What's going on? Someone has sorted this out. Every time I look at this Ferrari, it's twitching, and so is the BMW now. Oh my god. This has turned into quite an exciting race, but this is what Hungaroring does. Once the tyres go, if you've been battling, like I said, like even the first half an hour, if you've been battling, the tyres are going to be off. You know, you're in this pack of cars. The brakes are going to be overheating, the tyres are going to be overheating. It's not really what these guys want, but I mean, it makes great action for us, 100%. But these cars are twitching. But the red 5 car, again, I'm not even acting too surprised about this. It seems to happen every lap. But the red 5 car does get by the BMW still on the inside into the final corner. As they go round the final corner, the Ferrari on the outside just can't get enough over the BMW and loses time. The Aston might make advantage of this after the poor exit of the Ferrari. So we'll have to see what the Aston can do in the Racing Team Echo car. Switches to the inside then at turn 1, still committing to the inside. Red 5 really squeezing them to the inside. It does seem like a fair move to make from the Ferrari. But now the Aston's under pressure from the Aston behind. Aston v Aston into turn 2 they will go. And the Racing Team Echo car stays ahead for now. This is turning into quite some race. We should head over to the other Racing Team Echo car. He also finds himself behind a McLaren. This is Mooney, the Irish driver, behind the McLaren in the Audi wall cars. And he makes a late dive bomb into turn 1. Side by side, they got a little bit of door rubbing, but I'd say that's absolutely perfect. Spot on with that. And he makes a move. McLaren is not happy. But that did seem like a fairly nice move from the Racing Team Echo driver there. He puts his position up into P19, or P18 now, sorry. Looks like Adam has dropped off as well. I don't know what keeps happening to these guys. I don't know if I can get a replay of that, but he's definitely gone off track. He's currently on a better lap. But the red 5 is now, quite a fair way ahead now. So maybe a little bit of collision between these two, we don't know. But the BMW is still in the pack a little bit. The gap now at the top of the field is Nicola, and he's currently 15 seconds ahead of everyone else. And then we got the BMW P2 and 3. These guys have just been sitting here all race, just like this. So they'll be looking to try probably keep the pace up, try to clear themselves away from the rest of the field if they can, and then let the strategy play out a little bit later into the race. I mean, wow, what a first half an hour to this race so far. We're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll get straight back into the action.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot, and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
And we are back then. We are still on the BMW 4 now. It is quite an interesting battle, that's for sure. Nothing is too much changed currently, but we will have to see it for now. I see Damiano now has joined the rest of the field as he works his way into another train. Seems to be a common theme after he made his little mistake a little bit earlier in this race. He's now looking to redeem himself and try and get past as many of these cars as he can, so when he gets in to his stop he can hand it over to his teammate with a fresh slate. Big slide for Adam, drifting around the corner. I've never seen anyone do it like that. This keeps happening. I don't know what's going on. These tyres must be going off or something, but yeah, big slide. He's just twitching everywhere. I mean, great for the views, and I'm sure there'll be a great screenshot out of that a bit later. But so half an hour into the race, everyone take a screenshot of Adam's car. It is drifting around the corners. But wow, yeah, I'm sure it's put the pressure on Damiano right behind the Aston then. Look at the front end damage on that. I can't imagine how many seconds in the pit stall that's going to be for him. I can't imagine it's going to be a pretty number. But it does seem to be making pretty light work of it for now as it continues on. Still trying to get past the Aston. Goes up the inside of the final corner. Ferrari does seem to be pretty well on the acceleration out instead of the Aston. It does get by, but he's got to be careful because the Aston now with the top speed more than likely going to try and repass Pisenjo here. He does. It defends the inside pretty well. Aston goes to the outside. Damiano then fairly simple defense. He'll try. Aston tries to cut back, but he doesn't get it. That's a nice pass then for Damiano as he continues on his recovery drive forward into the top 10. He goes. We'll see here. We had a mistake, I think, for Arthur in the number 5. And I do believe, someone correct me from the team if I'm wrong, but all you guys are related that are driving. You all got the same last name. That's really quite cool to see. So, obviously, do correct me if I'm wrong, but that's actually really cool. So, 3 drivers in that car. So Arthur currently driving right now. So yeah, I mean, that does seem like quite a cool thing. I don't have enough siblings, unfortunately, to do something like that. I would not even trust my siblings to even step foot in a car. So unfortunately, I can't do that. But good on you. As we'll continue to watch this battle. It's between obviously Arthur and Andreas, the dive bomb 101 car. unfortunately I don't need a 101, that's an in-powered dive bomb. I am already a seasoned veteran at that. But this battle, currently for P15, and yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. I think, like I said before, it's going to be, you're going to see these sort of close battles, and then once we hit the first pit stops, is when things start to shake up. Then we'll have another hour of swapping positions, and then we'll have another pit stop, and it should, each pit stop should be nice, because it should give us like a clean reset for these drivers. As Damiano around the outside of BMW, that's Adam, and he tries to cut towards the inside. BMW still tries to hold it, and does get by. BMW is going to get a nice run off the exit though, but he surely doesn't make it into chicane. I don't know if I'd be making that move now. Adam holds position as Damiano makes his way up into P9 now. Then still holds the fastest lap. It's a 1:45.450, and yeah, so it is pretty good as our leader Nicola in the sister car of the Romanelli cars is setting low 44s as race pace at the moment, and Damiano in this traffic is about a second off that, so we'll have to see if he can improve, because the gap is quite a considerable amount to his teammate. It's about 45 seconds, so yeah, it is quite substantial. We'll go on board then with the BMW versus the McLaren, as for once they actually are making moves, and the BMW up the inside of the McLaren. I think it's the first time I've actually seen a move made between these two, and the BMW, very nice move, clean pass of the McLaren, and the McLaren now is trailing. That is Zanet and Patrick there, we'll have to see how they get on then. But yeah, and someone that's also closed up as well is the Connect Racing BMW. He is closed back up to the Porsche, and now he's racing big. That's what happens when you hit the curbs in that corner. You just bounce and bounce and bounce. So it's quite dangerous. But luckily, I think the BMW is probably the most suitable car for taking those curbs anyway. As Damiano, like every time I look away, he's making another move. I want to stumble to this one just for now. He hasn't made the move just yet, but I'll swap to it if he gets close. As the Porsche avoiding the curbs there, it does look like that Porsche has a little bit of front end damage. I can't be 100%. No, I think it's just the way the light was shining on it. But yeah, avoiding the curbs, the Porsche. The Porsche needs to start taking those. And I know it probably hits it wrong. And then it's probably going to send the Porsche probably into space, but yeah, it's going to be quite close. Adrian is so close to this Porsche now. Like, he's probably been waiting for this moment his entire life, is to get past this Porsche, and I think he might be very close to doing so. He needs a good exit out this final corner here. We'll go on board in the interior cam. What can he do? I didn't really see the exit there. So I don't think it's going to be enough though, as the Porsche is going to get a tow from McLaren, though he's not using it. Yeah, he is now, but I don't know why. Yeah, McLaren moves out of the way, or doesn't move out of the way, but stays out of the battle for now. As the Connect Racing does continue to try and close to this Porsche, it is going to be. I'll keep an eye on that battle for now, but we'll go down a little bit further down the grid. We'll hop on board with. Who should we hop on board? We should hop on board with Alexis, shall we? This is Otto in the Dive Bomb Academy team. The Finnish driver. Currently got blue flags out for him for the number 15. Or is it blue flags? No, sorry. The 15's unlapping himself. But they seem to be having a battle of their own. Fair enough. Alexis, obviously quite a strong car. But not one you really see on the grids too often. But these two cars just battling it out. I mean, why not? You know, they're not actually racing each other for a position, but you know, just battling it out. I mean, why not? You know. The Lexus, you can see the Lexus top speed there, as the Aston barely fits on the screen anymore. But yeah, we'll see how they get on as they battle for no position at all. We'll head over to the three brothers in the number 5 BMW team. as he now chases down the 101 Aston. See what he can do there. I'm not too sure. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure these are the ones that had the incident with the 701 car, and so they've dropped a few places. So I'd imagine they've been trying to look to try and get themselves back up in towards the top 10 if they can. But yeah, all the gaps starting to thin out now. We do have a few close battles like this one you're watching on the screen now. So yeah, it is quite a nice little battle going on. So we'll have to just keep an eye on it for now. As you can see, the BMW trying to close that Aston. It does get quite close in the braking zone. We'll just head up and we'll go on board with Adrian on his venture to overtake this Porsche for the bazillionth time. And I imagine coming towards the end of the first hour, I mean, we've had about 45 minutes of racing so far, and I imagine he'd probably want to try and pass this Porsche before the pit stops, or the first pit stops. I'd expect some of the undercutters to start pitting around the 15-14 mark onwards, or maybe a little bit later than that. But the BMW makes collision with the Porsche. I just missed that, but I think the BMW is now made it. He's broken free, and the Porsche having to do a little reset there. Let's go on board again. 30 seconds ago. Let's watch it again from the wing cam of the Porsche. I completely missed how that move just happened, but you see the BMW. Oh, the Porsche goes wide. BMW tries to get in there, and the Porsche closes on the BMW. And yeah, unfortunate move there. I don't think the BMW can really be pinpointed at fault there, but we'll have to see what the stewards think. From my point of view, that Porsche closed the gap when the BMW was already there, but now we'll have all the replays available to them, the stewards, so we'll have to see what comes from that. That does set the Porsche back down to P5 and under threat from Ukaz there in the 57 Ferrari. So not really what they wanted at the final closing stages of the first hour, but really unfortunate there, as that was a great battle to watch for P4. At the top then, we still have Nicola in the ASD Romanelli Esports car, finding his way through some blue flag traffic, and leading by a solid 21.2 seconds over P2. So I mean, wow, it is just, since the first lap he's an incident, and he's sort of broken away for everyone else and managed to get some clean laps down. In second then we have Zanit in the 330 BMW from the PC group. He has had quite an eventful battle with the McLaren. He's now broken free from the McLaren and now just starting to set some pace down. And speaking of the McLaren, Patrick in the Garage Racing Team, number 96. So that is two Polish men and a Japanese driver there as well. So a nice, healthily mixed driver lineup for them. And we'll have to see if and when the rest of those guys come out and how they can improve their position. But obviously they're currently on the podium, which is obviously still a fantastic place to be at this current stage of the race, especially when you're in clean air like this. In P4 then, Adrian in the Connect Racing number 250 car, and that's another two Polish drivers racing in the BMW. Obviously just had the accident with the Porsche, and they have received a 5-second time penalty from the stewards. Obviously, again, like I said, I don't have all the replays, so the stewards are more informed than me. So obviously they think that's the BMW's fault for that accident. So in which case, they do have 5 seconds to add it to their next stop, which I don't think really affects them too much, but obviously depending on when they stop, of course. Next down, Yusuf Martin, the driver of the Porsche that just had the accident with the BMW. In the number 921 car, Yuma Kart Racing. He is driving solo today, so he'll be doing 4 hours all by himself. I mean, I've known people who do 24 hours solo, but I don't think I can barely do 2 hours without like losing my mind. I just lose concentration, and then I end up probably losing the race after I make about 50 mistakes on one lap. But Yusuf doing all right at the moment. So 45 minutes of racing, and he's currently in P5, and currently keeping a healthy gap ahead of UCAS in the number 57. On the Life for Racing team, with a little bit of negative ballast applied to his car with the ACM BOP. Okay, if you're new and don't know what ACM BOP is is basically taken from your driver data if you've raced an ACM previously. It takes your pace rating and many other factors into consideration, and it spits out a ballast number for you. I think mine is plus 40 kilograms because I'm the fastest driver in the world. They have to slow me down as much as they can. But yeah, if you haven't raced an ACM before, you do get neutral ballast, which is 0 kilograms. We do have a few fair drivers that have that. So again, it could be where just got neutral anyway, but obviously if you've got more than one driver, how is ACM BOP calculated, you may be asking? It is simply taken as an average, and once it's taken as an average, that's your average for the team. For example, let's find a good example here. I would love to find a good example here on my interlist sheet. Yes, let's go to the 701 guys. So they've got 3 drivers. As you can tell, I'm currently driving right now in the Red 5 Squad the Corsair car. They have got a ballast of negative 9 kilograms, so that's 9 kilograms of weight removed from their car. So theoretically, they should be faster than, for example, being on 0 kilograms. But that is taken from an average of all 3 of those drivers. So one of them could be a little bit higher than that, one could be a little bit lower than that, but it is taken as an average. But yeah, something I actually want to talk about again was obviously the BMW 5, who is currently still racing that Aston Martin, and we got lap car with McLaren behind them. The 3 brothers, obviously Christian, Arthur, and Lucas, all in the number 5 BMW. We'll have to see how they go. Obviously, they have pulled out of the top pack they were in previously, so I'm sure they're trying to get themselves back up there. But it's also great to see how they are getting on as well. But in terms of a car choice, like I said before, like the Ferrari just seems to be the most dominant car. I think it's a car I drive it generally, but it's probably one of the better cars here at this track in general. Talk about entries as well, as the BMW Arthur does get past the Aston Martin in a lovely sweeping move there. That's absolutely brilliant. As I'm sure his brothers will be cheering him on. If you are brothers, I don't even know your brother, I'm just assuming. But that was a great move, lovely move for the number 5 car. He moves up himself into P14, now chasing down the rest of the field. But in terms of entries, we have a lot of Italians on the grid today. We've got 11 Italians racing. That's crazy. Obviously, the Red 5 guys have 3 Italians on their team. It's a shame that we had the Balkans team withdraw, as they had a Hungarian on their team. It would have been great to have a Hungarian at the Hungaroring, but obviously can't ask for everything, unfortunately. But obviously, if you are interested in any of ACM events, you can head over to the ACM Singrid, and I'm sure you can see all the different types of events we do: sprint races, endurance races, charity races, you name it, they've probably got it. And if you're wondering what the next event is, it's this one right here. It's the 10 hours of Nordschleife in GT3 and GT4. So it's a multi-class event at Nordschleife on the 23rd of May, which is next weekend. And the start time being 9:30 UTC. So make sure you get over there and you sign up to that one. It's going to be a good race. I believe all the GT3 entries are taken, so make sure you fill up the GT4s, because I'm sure that would be absolutely amazing, driving like 20 of GT4 cars at the Nordschleife. That's something I was tempted to do, but I don't have my rig set up, unfortunately. But yeah, that is going to be a great event. So if you do want to get yourself signed up, head over to the ACM SimGrid or head over to the ACM Discord, and I'm sure someone there will be able to give you a hand in getting yourself signed up. And obviously you might be on a lovely stream just like this one, and watching all the great action from this race. But yeah, that is obviously the 10 hours of Nordschleife. If you want to get signed up, like I said, to go speak to someone, speak to Harry, get yourself signed up on the ACM SimGrid, and yeah, we're looking forward to that one indeed. In general then, currently 3 hours, 8 minutes left on the clock. Currently watching Arthur in the number 5 BMW as he continues onwards, but I think we do have a pass for Damiano. It's just past Lucas in number 57 Ferrari just now. So let's see. I believe Adam and Adam and Adeline. That's a mouthful. Side by side in turn 2. Adam seems to be battling everyone on the grid today. As he's looking for a move against Adeline in the Racing Team Echo car. So you will see Adeline is actually a late entry, as Adeline actually goes wide into the corner as I head towards turn 6 and 7 now. Side by side, Adeline very late on the brakes, cuts in very nicely to defend from Adam. There was an entry for a 848 car, so you're watching the 849 car, and I believe one of the drivers had to withdraw, so Louise Adeline here has been added to the 849 car, and obviously doing a very good job so far as well. So it's now a 3-driver crew in the Racing Team Echo Peach car, and that means their ballast has changed from -11 to -12. It's getting a slight advantage there, which is cool to see. But there's been an accident. Oh my god, I've just seen an Aston Martin almost do a front flip, or a back flip, sorry. What have I just... I need to watch that again. I need to watch it again. I've just missed, probably could have been the craziest accident I've ever seen in my life. So BMW Adam gets real close to the back of Adeline. Adeline gets the nice pull out of the way. Up the inside goes the BMW, slides around, and then the Aston almost does a backflip. Yeah, it's just a little bit late on the brakes from the Adam there, unfortunately. And then obviously he's just understeered straight into the side of Adeline there. Really unfortunate. But again, it was unfortunately part of racing. These things happen. They're just not predicting or expecting something. And now that does mean there is no battles under a second for the first time this race. We've had 55 minutes of at least someone being under a second to someone else. Insane. You don't get that in any other league, I'm pretty sure. Like, I would argue, like, completely non-biased point of view here, ACM probably has one of the best midfields, or competitive midfields, around in ACM and ACC. So if that sounds something you want to get involved in, obviously get yourself joined. Don't see why you wouldn't want to get joined and sign up. If you were interested in any charity endurance races, we do have one coming up. I will just hold on, just give me 2 seconds and I will just pull it up for everyone. For some reason I don't know where my graphic has gone for it, so I do apologise. So I'm just going to have to talk about it rather than anything about it. But we do have the 24 hours of Bathurst on the 11th of July. the British Heart Foundation. Obviously, it is obviously if you're not from the UK, you might not know, but it is one of probably the largest charities in the UK that do a lot of research into cardiovascular diseases in the UK, and it is quite a big thing, and it is very known across the UK, and hopefully I'd like to spread it across the world, obviously for charity. If you don't know how ACM charity races work, we have a thing called donation penalties, and so there's no ACM bob, it's all donation based. So if you want to keep yourself negative 40 kilos, it will cost you, but that the cost that you spend goes straight to the charity, and ACM doesn't take anything. It all goes 100% to the charity. Yeah, it is a great cause, and we do it as part of a charity series. So we do multiple endurance races for a load of different charities. We've already had a couple this year, for like Air Ambulance and a few others as well. So if that's something you want to get involved in, a little bit of fun, you know, if you want to give your teammate or give your friend a 10-second time penalty, you know, just donate on the charity races, get them a 10-second time penalty. You know, I'm pretty sure in one of the first charity races we did in ACM, I don't know, it must have been like quite a while ago now. Effectively, we're basically battling with this other car, but we weren't nowhere near them. We were just battling with penalties. We just kept giving each other penalties, and I think one of our teammates spent upwards of like 300-400 pounds for a fantastic cause. But wow, I think that was the Team Foster one for American veterans. Yeah, we literally spent obscene amounts of money just having a little bit of a laugh, and obviously it's something you want to get involved in. Again, head over to the ACM Stingrid and look at the events, or head over to the ACM website, acm-racing.com, and you'll see a list of all the different types of events ACM do, and you get yourself signed up, of course, to any of them. They're obviously all completely free to enter, except I believe we've got 24 Hours of Spa coming up, which is a paid entry in partnership with 0 Point Racing. But other than that, most of our events are completely free, so feel free to join, have a little bit of fun, have a race for a good cause. So hopefully you can see there as well. Obviously, I spoke previously about the 10 hours of Nords as well, and that should be coming next weekend as well, and that should be a fantastic race. Again, if you want to get yourself signed up, head over to the website, head over to the Stingrid, and it should all be good fun. Anyway, back to the race. We do have a few battles developing now. We have this one again with Adam. Adam's now closed back up with Adeline, and we do have our first pit stop of the day. It is the Red 5 Scottish Course car. They're obviously going to serve another 5 seconds on top of their pit stall time anyway. So that'll be. So we've got 784 in the pits as well. That's Ferre there. He's got a lot of damage to his BMW. The Red 5 car in the pits then, making, from what I understand, is the first actual pit stop of the day. As we continue on, Damiano now promoted to 6th place as he now battling Youssef in the Porsche. We know such a hard time Adrian had getting past the Porsche, but is Damiano going to do any better than that? Let's find out. I'm quickly going to take a quick break, but I will leave you guys on this screen, and hopefully I don't miss too much. I'll be back in 5 seconds. Okay, I am back, and looks like Damiano has not got past him just yet. And we do have another pit stop. Adrian in the pit lane. As he now makes his way, and Damiano is going to go a little bit longer to try and make as much time as he can up on his teammate. The gap is now 48 seconds from Damiano to Nicola. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. As Damiano still trying to get past the Porsche. We'll see how this all plays out for him real quick. See a lot of the cars now getting positions with all these pit stops. So it should be quite an exciting one, that's for sure. I'm not sure how it's all going to play out, but we will have to see indeed. See a few cars then having a few time penalties as well. Adam with 10 seconds, Bottle with 5, number 918 with 5, Adia with 10, 3 or 4 Lexus with 5. So a few penalties dotted around, but generally it looks like it's been a fairly easy race. But Damiano's in, and this could be, well, for the first pit stop, this is crucial for Damiano. Is he going to swap with his teammate? Is he going to repair, or how much of the damage is he going to repair? He's got McLaren in behind him as well. That is Patrick. Patrick's in as well. Patrick's in as well. You see Damiano in the background. So a few cars in now, and this is all going to be interesting how this all plays out. Let's take a quick ad break, and then we'll get straight back to the action after these pistols.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot, and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
We are back then, and Patrick has swapped out for the Japanese driver here. I do not want to pronounce your name, I do apologise, I will probably butcher it. I don't want it to offend anyone. But something on your screens then. The top 4 are in. So Nicola, once Nicola, now Vincenzo, Senatore is out. The man who put it on pole. No, the man who didn't put it on pole. Getting confused with the two Vincenzos here. But is now out, and he's swapped with his teammate. There is a random McLaren. I think that McLaren's stuck. I wouldn't be half surprised if that McLaren is stuck. Oh no, he's bounced himself off. I thought he might have got beaten on the curb. Anyway, Adam's in. Ukaz is in, Bottle's in, Youssef is in. Now some of these guys don't have a driver to swap out with, some of these guys do. Obviously some of these guys are solo, so we'll have to see how it all plays out afterwards. And the gaps between them. Gavioli now out in the 165. And is that front left Ferrari repaired? Let's see. I believe, yes it is. So now Gavioli will be looking to unleash the full pace of the 165 car with -8 kilos of ballast. He will be wanting to absolutely try get as far ahead now as he can. He's up into P4 after the pit stop, so he's gained time. Damiano has done a fantastic job doing a recovery drive, getting through all that, and having a mistake too, you gotta remember. Gill's now teammate. We're looking to try and maximise what he can do for the team and see if he can close to his teammate in P1, who leads him by 50 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Oliver Flynn in the pit lane then, in the Project Loki car, in that matte green. He'll be looking to continue on. He's also a solo driver today. He's currently in P17. It looks like he'll probably be exiting in P17 as well, as the next car to pass him is not one he is racing. So let's see who else is out and about at the moment. Yeah, a lot of drivers hanging the pit lane. Actually, Gavioli's outlap was a fair amount faster. It's hard to second faster than Senatores. So already looking to try, but he's already got some traffic. We're hoping to make the pass, goes to the side. Aston Martin gets out of the way very nicely. So can't complain much more than that for these guys, as they now continue on then for the next 2 hours and 53 minutes. These guys will be battling it out for the lead of the race. But you know, it is what with them. We'll have to see how they get on. We do now have in the Connect rating the other in the number the number 250 car, the other pole in there as well. So that's the driver for them, and they need to hopefully they'll be trying to gain back some time. But look who's behind them! It's Yusuf Martin. He's caught up in the pit stops, and he's right behind them. He wants his revenge. He's wanting to get past his BMW as quick as he can. But I see now the brothers in the number 5 swapping a Frenchman for a Frenchman, and we're looking to get past as well. The pit stops. Let's see Yusuf going wide again. He seems to be struggling a little bit with the Porsche. I think this is what I mean when you're doing solo, you sort of lose concentration after like the first hour, or start to you sort of need a break. And obviously a lot of these drivers have the advantage of they have another driver to hop in the car for them. Yusuf doesn't. You know, he's up there. He's P6. And he has no one to swap to. He'll do 4 hours by himself, and that is quite a demanding task. I mean, like I said, I've known people do 24 hours, and I just don't know how or why even you do that. But I mean, you know, if it's for a great event for charity, of course, like I think the one I witnessed was, then yeah, it's completely worth it. Danielle Cataldo in the 155 ISS racing team. They also had a driver change. So obviously Luca was previously in the car. He laps to overtake. 729 Ferrari into turn 1. They will go as the Mustang pulls out to the inside. And a nice simple move then from these two. But the Ferrari gets the car back out of turn 1. And I think the Mustang top line speed here is just going to be too much for the Ferrari. The Mustang has the inside. Ferrari goes late on the brakes and too much, way too deep into the corner, but does manage to make a recovery of it anyway. But yes, this is after the pit stops. It's starting to turn into quite an exciting battle again. Obviously, we have Yusuf Martin closing on the 250 BMW, as well as this battle you're watching right now. Yeah, so I have to see how they get on. Gavioli 1.2 seconds to the number 96 McLaren. So we have to see obviously how that works out for them as well. But these cars, and I think the Ferrari is trying to get past a lapped car here. I think he had a little bit of trouble, so he's going to lose some time to the Mustang as well. I don't know why there was a a Mustang slow, the McLaren slow there, but we'll have to see. Anyway, let's go on board with Yusuf Martin then, as he continues his battle with this BMW. Again and again and again, after the pit stops, he's closed back up, and he's now looking to take his revenge. He's looking to get on board as quickly as he can. We'll go on board then with Senatore. You know what, let's go on board for a lap with Senatore. Just sort of get an idea of what he's doing. You know, braking, just on the mark, just turn in. Very nice, simple lap. So we go on board, but we'll go on outboard, and it's quite loud on the onboard. Again, hugging mostly inside, and just trying to perfect this as much as possible. We'll see what lap times he's sort of doing compared to Gavioli when we get a second. We'll let a few more laps go by, as they've only just come out the pit stops, and let everything warm up a little bit. But he seems to be already pushing, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of pace he can do compared to the sister car as well, as Alexis does get out of the way there for him. But I said he does lead by 48 seconds, so it's quite a considerable amount. But I think we do have a little bit of battle going on. Yes, we do, as Yusuf Martin finds his way side by side with the BMW. In the same corner they had the accident, BMW goes deep, Porsche switch back up the inside. What a move from Yusuf. I'm sure he was very satisfied with that after the incident a little bit earlier on. And that was a fantastic move made by Yusuf Martin there. I am surprised BMW is not even catching him back on the straight either. Yeah, that was a fantastic move made by Yusuf there. Yeah, as he now back into P5 for Yusuf, as he now continues and see if he can try to push away from the BMW if he can. But someone that can't push away is this McLaren, as he up the inside goes, Gavioli. But again, the 165 car has a collision. All this work, all this hard work undone by a little bit of a move, and the McLaren slow. And let's watch that again from the onboard of, or helicam, sorry. The McLaren goes through the chicane. It's not right. Again, they're following about maybe 2-3 tenths. McLaren a little bit slow at the exit. And I think Ferrari's looking for a move here. He does think about it. He switches to the inside. I don't think it's the right move to make. I think it's such a technical section. Yes, it's probably the only section other than turn 1 where you can make a nice overtake. But I think it's a little bit too late on the brakes, and mistake there made by Gavioli there, in my opinion. All that hard work, and then basically put them back on square one with the damage, unfortunately, and he's probably got himself a time penalty coming his way, which is not adding, not helping the situation at all, and that does mean Yusuf Martin somehow gaining advantage, as he's now chasing the McLaren down. So, and this is for P4. As, yeah, but we'll have to see what if Gavioli gets a penalty. We'll have to see. But it just seemed a little bit late, in my opinion. Anyway, for him to make that move. But we'll go on board with Yusuf as he now tries to make his way past the McLaren. I'm sure he'll be thinking, thank you very much, to the far ahead of him, as he gains a fair amount of advantage with that. So yeah, I'm hoping. You know, I think I don't know. I don't want to be biased, but I am sort of rooting for Yusuf here. I think he had quite a good start to the race, unlucky with a few collisions, and now it's sort of coming back to him in this half of the race. So I don't know. I don't want to be biased, but you know, you can also PayPal me £50, and I will say your team is the best team as well. That's not a problem. I'm only joking. But yeah, I think Yusuf is doing a great job at the moment. He's just, I think at the moment, just trying to get past the McLaren. stay with the McLaren, because McLaren I think was quicker than him on pace anyway, so I think he'll try to stick with him. It'll probably be better. I think Yusuf's got other ideas as he looks into turn 1. He does make the move at turn 1. Yusuf up the inside and gets past McLaren. Yusuf had other ideas than me, obviously, but McLaren looking to fight back. I don't know what they can do, but it's a great move from Yusuf as he goes a little bit wide into turn 2. But nonetheless, fantastic move. He's upped himself up into P4 now, which is good. Now he's going to try building that, build the gap up, and hopefully get ready for the next set of pit stops, of course. You see Hamza back in the pit lane. He was a new entry as of last night in the Taco Racing TCR car. He is joined us today. I think we got an Aston Martin versus BMW, as it's the 56 Dive Bomb SRT Aston versus Adam. And I keep saying it again and again and again. I think I've seen Adam race every single car on this grid today. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to keep an eye on that battle. Actually, I believe, yeah, Yusuf's actually already pulled away a little bit from the McLaren, so good job for Yusuf as well. Also got in the Racing Team Echo car, the 850, the Irishman, Mooney. He is currently in the Audi, in P14, chasing after the 729 Ferrari. Mooney does have a teammate, an American, so maybe not awake just 100% just yet. It's still quite early in the day. I don't even know what time. Oh, no, mine it is 1 o'clock, almost. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see them maybe the next pit stop as well. We got a little move there for Frey, making a move on the. I'm making a move on Hamza as Hamza comes out of the pit exit. So just sneaking position there. And we've also got, I don't think I've talked about this, in the IRT team, we've got Lopez in the 784 BMW making a move on the 51 McLaren. Looks up the inside, does he get it? No, McLaren doesn't get the exit. Let's see, 784. Yeah, so, oh yeah, this one with Thomas and Roney in it. And then we also got the 51 McLaren. It's currently driven by Miroslav. I believe it has been driven by Miroslav the entirety of this race so far. And he is a solo driver, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on as well. Race Team Echo car is getting ever closer to 729. Gavioli hasn't received a penalty, but he is closing on P2. This will be the move to make it a ASD Romanelli Esports 1-2 after first lap. The last lap that was the first lap, so we'll have to see what can Gavioli do. But yeah, no penalty has come through between that and the McLaren, so not been stewarded at 100% just yet, but we'll have to see how that comes out. It might be considered a race incident, we don't know. I do not have the page currently open, so we'll see how that gets on. Anyway, we got Mooney then getting ever closer to this Ferrari, and we'll have to see what he can do. Yeah, this inter-team battle between the same Italian outfit, both two Ferraris, is going to be quite an interesting one. Again, it's all to play for, but you have to see how it's going on. And as I say, it's all to play for. Gavioli has just got by. I just missed that, so let's go back. Got a little bit wide to BMW, and I think, yeah, he just squeezed himself by. Nice making of a mistake there for Gavioli. But yeah, that does mean then, for the first time since turn 2 on lap 1, it is now an ASD Romanelli Esports team 1 and 2. 165 guys have done a brilliant job trying to recover all the positions they lost on the first lap. Even with a few mistakes here and there, they are now up at P2 with 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining. So now what can they do to try and close the gap to their teammate? The gap is currently a minute, and you can see Senatore is entering sector 3 and Gavioli has just left turn 1. So it's a lot of time to catch up, but you know, I'm not saying it's not impossible. We'll just have to see how they get on. So is the 999 car in today? I don't know. It's a shame because I was sort of hoping the 999 car would be racing today. He was on the entry list, but I don't think he has joined us, unfortunately. He was the only Ferrari 488 to join us. Hoping I could see it because they are really cool cars. But yeah, we lost the wall enjoyers and of one of the drivers is like 5.5k rated on SimGrid. We unfortunately he's not racing with us. He's withdrawn from the race. Otherwise he would have probably given these guys at the top a hard time with all the battling. But nonetheless, it's still going to be a very good race. I mean, we've seen plenty of action so far. Can't really complain too much. So we got Kajas here catching after the McLaren. McLaren, since putting in their new driver, have sort of fallen off the pace a little bit, but it's all good. There's plenty of time left in this race to make up for any position is lost. And yeah, we'll see. The 701 car has been a bit quiet for a little bit, and the amount of mud on that car, Jesus, is now driven by Alex at the moment. Just having a nice clean air, get through as much as they can. And for some reason, I keep missing all these battles as Yusuf now finds himself in P3. Straight up at turn 1. I don't know if race control's being a little bit delayed, I don't know. It seems to be a little bit delayed. But yeah, I mean, Yusuf was in P5 is now got past 2 cars and he's now on the podium solo. So you know, he is currently the lead and solo driver. So fair play to him as he will now continue to push on. He's actually doing better race pace at the moment than Gavioli is. But I don't know if Gavioli's in clean air, so and Yusuf only 3 seconds behind. So it is fantastic pace from the Porsche driver. He sort of unleashed it in this second part of the race. So we'll have to keep an eye on how that gap closes, or if it closes. Yeah, he was half a second quicker at last lap than Gavioli. That's impressive. So let's see. We'll currently stay on board with Mooney at the moment as he continues to battle the 729 car, and we'll have to see how this plays out as the Audi. But yellow flag out. Lopez seems to be had a little accident there. Let's see on helicam what happens here. Goes into the chicane over the first curb. Does the same thing that we saw Demiano do a little bit earlier. Just catch the curb wrong, and it's sending the car the opposite way. So unfortunate there, but yeah, we'll have to just see how this all plays about. We'll hop back on board with Arthur. Arthur's in for another stint. So as he's now chasing down the Lexus, he's pretty much pushing the Lexus through as he makes the move to the inside, and the Lexus moves, and so does the BMW. A lot of movement here. We'll go on board on the bonnet cam. He makes the dive bomb up the inside, a little bit of contact, and he spins himself around onto the grass. I don't remember the BMW M4 GT3 being a lawnmower, but today it certainly is one. The BMW seems to be going off left, right, and centre. But yeah, loads and loads of action going on here. And again, we still have Mooney right behind the Ferrari. We'll go on the interior cam of the Audi. Enjoy the V10 down the straight as I quickly sip the water. Yeah, lots of action today so far in this race. It's been a fantastic race so far. And I said we've only had a little bit of time as Mooney tries to find his way through. Yeah, it is quite nice. Indeed. To see, especially an Audi out on track, I don't really see many of them as they sort of are quite awful to drive, but I don't know, I'm not driving it, so maybe we'll see if we can get Mooney in for an interview a bit later. Maybe talk just a little bit about the Audi. Arthur pushing the Lexus again after a little bit of contact, so let's see how this plays out. I think this is the Lexus that was fighting blue flags earlier, so let's see what happens here. I think Arthur maybe trying to learn from before. He did think about it though, as he goes again one more, trying to make himself look as big as possible, and the Lexus mirrors. As yeah, 2 hours and 33 minutes left on the clock, and until this race concludes. Plenty of time still, I think, in this race, but the BMW currently against the Lexus. BMW just getting a on the Lexus. Looks to the inside, the Lexus defends. BMW is rammed again. You can see the Aston in his rear view mirror as well. I don't think he's fighting him though at the moment. As the Lexus is defending the inside. Arthur will look to the outside. Tries to brake late, he tries to cut back to the apex, which is a good move. Try to line himself up for, I would say, after the chicane will probably be his next best opportunity to try and get past. If he times this right, he can get a nice run on the Lexus, which doesn't. He has a little bit of twitch and he goes, tries to get past, but the Lexus is putting the car in all the right places to try and stop this BMW from getting through. As they come through the chicane now, it's sliding around a little bit, spark time from the bottom of the Lexus, but the BMW up the inside of the Lexus through the corner. That is a lovely move, they can make it stick, but Lexus fighting back through the corners, a little bit of corner pushing him wide. The BMW still on track, but they're still side by side to 9, 10 and 11. And the BMW to the outside, goes round the outside, and the Lexus, nothing they could do. Wow, what a move from Arthur. That was amazing racing through the 9, 10 and 11. Side by side, no contact, just absolute racing. So yeah, that was absolutely fantastic, and moves Arthur back up into P21 then. So that's good for Arthur, and that is all good. Yusuf then hasn't gained too much on Gavioli. Did at the start, and then I think Gavioli sort of picked up the pace a little bit. So he's just chilling, and there is a McLaren off. Not, don't see that every day. That is Jack Jones in the AP5 Racing in the McLaren. These are the guys that swapped from the Ferrari to the McLaren, so maybe having a little bit hard time adjusting, probably. And over then to Killian Thiel in the Flying Force Racing Team, the 19 Team McLaren, as he's fighting the Honda of Oliver Flynn, and we'll see how he gets on. Pretty sure the 918 was actually quite fast in practice, so I don't know really who's in that car. 918. Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys were quite fast in practice. Maybe obviously the damage you can see on the side of their car probably doesn't help the situation. I'm pretty sure that the bonnet latch is popped. By the looks of that. So probably looking to get that repaired probably at the next pit stop. But yeah, they're looking to overtake Oliver Flynn in the Honda as they get ever closer now on stream. Very close to the McLaren, almost very late on the brakes, almost going straight into the back of Flynn there. As this battle now continues, through 10 and 11. A little bit of a mistake there from Flynn, as he now going to have to defend. He doesn't defend the inside though. He lets the McLaren by. Probably a sensible move, but I think Flynn's going to go to the still on the inside though. A little bit of contact down the rear of the McLaren, but the McLaren does just go through in the end there. So that puts Flynn down into P16 and promotes the 918 up into promotes Killian up into P15. So nice move from the McLaren. I'm not sure if Flynn's going to have it back or not. I don't think so. We'll head now back on board with number 96 as he now chases down number 330 BMW and trying to see what is going on in here. See how this plays out, but let's yeah, let's quickly go for a quick ad break, and hopefully when we come back, these guys are gonna be side by side.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
We are back then, and unfortunately I don't think these guys have really done too much, but don't know what was going on there. I think a little bit of a slide there from the McLaren, I don't know. It did seem a little bit more human and actual, more like intentional more than anything else, but yeah, moving on then. But we do have loads and loads of different cars now starting to form a few battles across the grid. So the biggest one being this one at the moment, the gap being 7/10 now, so I think McLaren is starting to well, was once close to 330, now under pressure from the 250, and that's the Connect Racing guys. So yeah, we'll have to see how they get on, but I think for now they're doing just fine, and yeah, it's looking pretty even across the field at the moment, nothing standing out too much, but we do have Arthur. Oh, he's just made an overtake, and this would be for a blue flag, I believe, but though it's not been given. Car 101. Oh, it's a faster car than Arthur, but Miroslav is in. I believe this is actually his second pit stop, so we'll have to see how that affects him. Something we haven't talked about in a while then is our race leader, is Senatore. He's done 53 laps of this circuit so far. He's got another 2 hours and 25 minutes to go until that check flag flies down for him and his team. The gap to his sister car is over a minute now, so it looks like these guys are pulling away quite comfortably. So nothing to worry about there. But I think there's a little bit more battles going on here. We've got a little bit of a train. Yeah, we got to win. That was in a McLaren. So it's a McLaren sandwich. We'll have to see what happens to the McLaren. I am just going to quickly go grab something from downstairs. I will leave you guys with this battle. I'll only be a couple seconds. Okay then, I am back. Have a few battles forming. Again, these guys still banning out. It looks like UCAS has actually got a driving penalty. I imagine that would be really good. Track limits is quite common around here to get track limits, and that is probably a lot of in a lot of people's minds as well. Is the limits, but yeah, I will. I'll leave you on auto count as I'm just going to take a quick lunch break, and I'll be back in about well, for about 10-15 minutes time. I'll leave you on auto count for a second, and we'll get straight back into the action.
you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot, and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
Welcome back, everyone. So I'm back to the 4 hours of Hungaroring. Just had a quick lunch break there, and it looks like we have an exciting top 3 to talk about already straight away, which is absolutely brilliant to see. Yeah, Yusuf Martin then half a second and chasing Gavialdi here. Just about 70 laps driven here, and it's looking like quite an exciting race. There's Yusuf already up the inside. Oh my god, I didn't think that to happen straight away. He just gets past then, splitting the two Romanelli cars straight away. And oh wow, Yusuf is on one today. He's up into P2. What a brilliant drive so far this has been for Yusuf Martin. He continues on, carries on, and straight away Gavioli is in the pit lane. Yusuf Martin has got to have absolutely brilliant lap now to try and gain advantage against Gavioli here. But you gotta remember, Yusuf is driving solo, so it's going to be absolutely huge. And crucial for him to keep his concentration, keep everything, nice and tidy, so he doesn't make, or he minimises the amount of mistakes that he is making. That is the most important thing, or the most consistent thing to try and do in races like these, in these endurance races. So, yeah, I'm hoping Yusuf can stay on there, but Gavioli he's still in the pits. Probably going to repair all the damage. So I'm going to imagine, yeah, that more than likely Yusuf Martin probably, if he doesn't repair the damage though. Okay, so we'll have to see where he comes out in relation to where Martin is. He actually is battling Adam. That's probably not what he wanted coming out of the pit lane. So he's going to have some slow traffic. Martin, what is surely Yusuf's got a pit now to gain track advantage over Gavioli. Just under 2 hours to go then, about halfway through this race. Yes, no, he's staying out even longer. Okay, yeah, he thinks he's got the pace to stay out a little bit longer. So that works out for him. As Damiano now is back inside the car and chasing after Adam in what can be quite an exciting race. So yeah, so obviously if you are, like I said before, if you are new here to ACM, this is a 4 hours in Nürburgring, part of the 2026 Endurance Series. Obviously at ACM we do all kinds of different events, so make sure you go to the SimGrid page or acm-racing.com to see all the different types of events. Obviously our next event is next weekend, and it is the 10 hours of Nordschleife with a multi-class race including GT3 and GT4. I believe the GT3 session positions are already filled, so make sure you get yourself signed up for GT4, as that would be quite exciting to come and watch. Yeah, that is 10 hours of Nordschleife. That is next weekend. Make sure you get yourself signed up. So moving on then, Damiano trying to get past Adam. after just coming into the pits, not repairing the damage. If it's not that bad, and if you don't need to worry about it, Damiano will look to try and clear Adam as quickly as he can. But I'd imagine that is probably proving more tricky than it actually is. If you're looking up and down the grid, there's a few battles going on, including this one. Obviously, 165 car still has the fastest lap of the session. It's a 1:43.527, and the only car that's come close to that is a teammate, or the other Romanelli car, which is 164, who's currently in the race, and their best is a 43.560. So they're the only two in the 43s of this race. Damiano now try and climb back up after the pit stops. Yusuf Martin continuing on for another lap. Obviously thinks he's got the pace to continue on, and as Damiano is actually currently stuck behind Adam, I would imagine Yusuf is probably gaining an advantage at the moment. But so I don't know how about Yusuf caught up to the 165 as Damiano just gets past Adam there. But that's probably into the braking zone, more than likely. And so Damiano has now been released. So we'll have to see what lap time he did behind Adam in relation to what Martin did in clean air. I imagine with fresh tyres it's going to be a pretty nice lap anyway. So 45.1, and Martin did a 46.0, so it's 9 tenths advantage behind Adam. So yeah, Damiano will be looking to improve on that and start crawling up the advantage. Yusuf probably should start thinking about stopping soon. If he's doing 46 zeros, he needs to stay ahead of Damiano really to maximise everything. I think he'll probably still stay on the podium, but if he wants a chance at P2, he's got a pit. And he is now coming into the pits now, so we'll have to see. Let's go to map cam. So the red dot is the car you're watching. It's 921. Yusuf Martin is on your screen now. He's the red dot coming into the pit lane. Damiano, car 165. You can see him on your screen coming into the chicane now. He's in the top left, or not top left, but left of the map. See, Yusuf will be in the pit stall. I think actually Yusuf probably might get out ahead. Or I don't know, it could be quite close. 165 now heading into sector 3. He's now the top of door map, and we'll continue to watch this until Martin pulls away from his pit stall. But Damiano is closing. He's now into the second to last corner. This could be quite close, but Martin's at least at release now to get going. He gets dropped on the floor. As Damiano has come round the final corner, it's going to be down the final corner, but Martin's still not moving. So I think, yeah, Damiano is going to get ahead of Martin there in the pit lane. I don't know why Yusuf weren't moving. He got dropped to the floor and then didn't go. So a bit strange there. But some other cars in behind him now. But obviously Martin now has advantage. The next hour and 15 minutes over Damiano, so we'll have to see how that plays out. There's a load of cars now find themselves in the pit lane. Got a Mustang and a few others in there too, so yeah, we got a few cars in at the moment. But yeah, it should looking like an exciting race. Adrian back in the car for the Connect Racing guys. And they continue to find some more speed, and Zanet has now been released from the pit box right in front of Adam, and these two will be battling as well, and also going to watch out for the McLaren in the background. They're also racing him, so it's race after race after race for these guys. 2 BMWs and a McLaren. Obviously, well, a few people had a few penalties to serve as well, which they've probably been served. But yeah, Yusuf now on fresh tyres, I'd imagine. Now looking to try and crawl back. That 18.3 second gap now he has to Damiano. I don't know, it looked like he got dropped to the floor on the pit lane and just didn't go. But I don't know, it's, you know, I'm not 100% about that, but we'll see. Further down the grid then, Otto in 304, it looks like he was closing on the McLaren, but I think he's just made a mistake into turn 1. And Alex just keeps going strong for now. And then we've got Casper in the Garage Racing team, and 06, he's the final driver to drive this car, or the last driver to drive this car, after the previous 2. And he now joins the battle with Adam and Zanit at the moment, and hopefully that will turn into a pretty good battle. 1 hour and 48 minutes left of this race until the checkered flag drops. It's been quite an exciting race, and let's see here, it looks like we've got a yellow flag. Oh, Resolute, looks like he has unfortunately got stuck and had to return to the pit lane. It's not really what he wanted, but he is now stuck there. And now watch Casper look to close in on Adam, as Zanet seems to be pulling away from his fellow BMW driver. And we'll see how this all plays out. A little bit of bouncing around from the McLaren, probably not helping all too much, but McLaren cornering speed should help Casper here in closing that gap to that BMW. I would hope so. Looks like, yeah, McLaren is getting a little bit closer, so what we'll do is just stay on them for a little bit as well. Yeah, Casper seems to be, so that looks like the number 6 car has dropped off a little bit from where it was at the start of this race, but yeah, all good. Sure, they are doing fine. Obviously they are still in the train for P5 at the moment, so they're doing themselves alright at the moment. Let's go on board then with Casper into the final corner, gaining advantage against the BMW all over the back of the BMW. What can he do? Is he going to get the toe to the BMW? Is he going to make the move? We'll go on board with the splitter cam. You see how close he is to the BMW. BMW seems to have pulled away though at the end there, and McLaren to the outside. Can't really do too much there. I stay behind him, but he is really close. Will he look to make the move into turn 2? Let's find out. Looks like Adam's defending the inside. Now cuts back to the racing line, and looks like they'll have to go around again one more time. It looks like also got John here, 6 Aston, chasing after Luca in the 155 Mustang. So have to keep an eye on that battle as well. But yeah, for now I'll have to watch. Let's watch a wing count from Adam as he continues trying to stay the grasp of the McLaren. Just holding the gap at the moment, and just going to be a little bit careful on the straight if McLaren gets a better exit, but he's in a BMW, so he should be okay. Yeah, so we've got a few penalties left being served. We've got 326 McLaren, he's got a 5-second time penalty, and Smith has got a drive-through penalty in the 183 McLaren yet to be served. We'll have to see how they get on, but that was a poor exit from the BMW, so I'll be watching the wing now. The McLaren chasing in the toe, close to the pit wall. Adam's going to make a second move. That's his final move he's allowed to make, on the racing line. He does cuts the inside again. McLaren just isn't close enough to get there, but McLaren a great exit. Is he going to look to turn 2? He's going to have to try the inside. He's going to think about it. Oh, I thought he was going to dive then, but BMW holds on 4 now, as this turned into quite an exciting battle. There's, yeah, Adam looking to try hold on to P6 at the moment. I don't think that he's got the pace to catch up to Zenit in the 330 BMW right now. Oh, a little twitch from the McLaren. That's not really what he wanted, but unfortunately it does happen. So to see how this all plays out. McLaren seems to be a little bit more stable on those sector 2 and sector 3 bends than the BMW. See, McLaren is great for cornering, so we'll have to see what can Adam do this time to defend and how close it was last time. We'll go on board, go on to split the camera again on the McLaren this time. Not as a little trick in the BMW though, but I think the BMW just escaped this. You can see he's pulling away and pulling and pulling and pulling. It's just not enough for the McLaren to close unless he makes a dive, but no, stays close. McLaren needs to get a good exit out at turn 1, to then set up turn 2, and that's a great run. But it looks like the BMW heavily defending this time. He's letting him through. Okay, maybe Adam thought it probably not helping. Or he felt like the McLaren was going faster, I just needed to let him be. Or Adam might need that clean air. Yeah, I mean, great sportsmanship, I suppose. But strange nonetheless. We also got then Mooney in the race team Echo 850 car, which they've been driving majority of this race. I have got a registered driver with them, but I don't think they have stepped in the car just yet. So the Audi still going strong for now, and chasing after Killian in the 918 McLaren, which has had such a fall from grace, who had such great promising speed in practice, and I think in quali as well, but obviously the race pace not so strong. They have repaired the damage on the McLaren, but yet still no real pace has come from the Flying Fourth racing team. What else have we got? John in the Dive SRT 56 Aston, chasing after Luca in the Mustang, which is going to be a pointless battle on the straight. The Mustang will say goodbye. And yeah, John's only real chance is in corners, but Aston is probably, out of all the cars on this grid today, is probably better for the top speed part of things, but you can't win a top speed race against a car that has a better top speed than you, unfortunately. But there's how cookie crumbles, as they say. What else we got? It looks like most of the grid is dropped off right now. Looks Louise Gordon in the racing team Echo 849. They've dropped them back a few places as well, unfortunately. They're about 2 seconds out from the 51 McLaren, which they're racing, which is that green McLaren you can see on front of you on your screen. That gap might close up a bit since being lapped, and it does. So let's see if we can see Louise make a overtake on the green McLaren. Let's see what she can do. It's real close to the back of the McLaren. Looks about thinking about the dive, but doesn't just yet. up the inside though, the second to last corner, can't make it. So head round to the final corner, early braking for the McLaren. I don't think Luis really expected that. And Luis will get a good run on this McLaren. You can see it, V8 purring from the Aston. And it's side by side down the pitch straight. And Luis then late braking on the brakes, nice turn in. And will get ahead of McLaren. McLaren does think about getting the switch back. Can't get it unless he makes another move into turn 2. Luis is quite cautious to defend. McLaren almost thought about it, but didn't go for it. And is Luis Gordon up into P2. McLaren sliding around in the background and has gone off. So that'll be a little bit of pressure release for Gordon there in the 849 Racing Team Echo car. So see the Aston and the Mustang side by side towards the chicane, and the Aston gets ahead. So John right off the exit and manages just get ahead of that Mustang, but I would expect that Mustang's probably get back on the start-finish straight, but still a great move. And yeah, so I think it looks like Zanet has got he's got a drive-through penalty, so probably 4 track limits, I would imagine. I don't see it for being anything else. As I said, track limits is quite hard, and he does come in to serve that drive penalty, which is not exactly what he would wanted, as they're having a great race, consistently staying in the top 5, but is going to set them back an hour and 37 minutes to go. But again, it's not impossible to climb back from this. I think you lose about 22 seconds as the drive-through this track, so we'll have to see exactly what or where Zenit comes out. I think he's still currently, he's dropped down to P9 at the moment, and he might be P10 as well, because he's going to come out pretty close with that Ferrari on your screen. They're going to be almost side by side coming out the exit. These two are racing. Yes, this is UCAV and Zenit. BMW versus Ferrari, and so Zenit just had to come out the pit lane after the drive-through and is now immediately under pressure by the Ferrari driver. And big mistake from Zenit there, all over the curbs and over the grass, but managed to hold on in the BMW. It's not exactly what he needs to keep his head down and try and not pick up any more track limit warnings, and just try roll back up to the top 5. Damiano has now pitted in the 165 car again. The 165 car. It's an early pit stop for Damiano. I don't know if he's fixing the damage or if they've stopped. Let's go back a minute. I don't know if he's just peeled himself into the pit lane. Yeah, he has. So he looks like he might be repairing damage. I don't know if he had like an accident or something, no? I don't know. He's yeah. He's driven himself into the pit lane. Probably to repair that damage, I'd imagine. As his teammate does continue on. I'd imagine. Hopefully one. I think Damo's come out of the pit lane now. Like, I'm still in the replay, so I can't get out of it right now. Once the replay's up, we should see Damiano probably would have fixed his damage. He probably thought it was too much and couldn't gain anything, but I'm just going to try not to make any more mistakes, and they should be okay. But yeah, he has come out and they have repaired the damage, so I don't think they probably wouldn't have taken tyres, I wouldn't have thought, but I could be wrong. So we'll have to see if Damiano can actually catch back up to the rest. It does come well. See, Martin, into second again. So He's having a pretty good race. He's chilling in the Porsche all by himself. Actually closing up onto an hour and a half left of this race. And Fry says, "Come on, Team Echo, 8:50 and 8:49." Yes, they have been lighting up some of our battles so far this race. So you've got Mooney in the Audi, hopping along 8.2 seconds behind Killian in the McLaren. And then, of course, we have the 849 car. It's currently driven by Louise Gordon in the Aston Martin in P16. Currently a minute behind the next car, which is the BMW of Christian in the number 5. But they are getting on pretty nicely. Like I said, they already won my vote for best livery of this race, so can't ask much better than that. And we cut to Luca, who is currently chasing 56 Aston. He's got a bin under, there's a bit of traffic, but he's doing just fine at the moment. This seems to be a reoccurring battle we're seeing for quite some time now, but regardless, he's doing pretty well. Making himself look quite big in the mirrors, although the Mustang looks already massive, so I'm pretty sure he saw you from about 3 corners ago. But still, no less, it's always good to make yourself look intimidating. Yeah, we should be coming close now. Well, hopefully, coming up to the final hour, so it'll be the final pit stops for some of these guys, so yeah, it should be quite exciting. I do wonder if Damiano topped up the fuel for the final hour and a half as well, so he won't need to stop again, more likely. That might be in part the strategy, so he can try cut himself ahead of Yusuf. If you want to know when the next ACM endurance race is, it is going to be the 10 hours of Northlife, and join that next weekend. It's GT3 and GT4, of course. If you do want to get yourself signed up, head over to the ACM SimGrid or the ACM website, which is acm-racing.com, and you can see all the events there for you. If you did want to see any of the sprint races, there is one tomorrow for the GT3 Sunday series. You can head on there and get yourself signed up for some brilliant racing as well. So it never disappoints. Some of the GT3 Sunday races, or the Sunday races in general, have always been very good. So yeah, if you want to get yourself signed up, make sure you go to the website with the SimGrid, and you can see all the events ACM has listed, and you should be able to get yourself signed up. So back to this then. Luca still trying to get past the Aston with no real gain on the movement. Obviously, the Aston only just got past a couple of laps ago, and is at the moment probably holding that pretty well. So he's doing a fine job. And let's over to Nicola, shall we? The team that has led every lap so far, currently 84 of them, and they have done a fine job staying out of trouble, except from obviously lap 1 with their own team, 2 teammates colliding, but regardless, they have driven a brilliant race so far. With only an hour and 30 to go, they are currently almost 2 minutes ahead of the rest of the field. So yeah, they're doing pretty well, and they're setting some still crazily race pace. So obviously, good job to them. Indeed. Obviously, you got Yusuf Martin, the solo driver, who has been started in the top 5, I believe. And, he's currently P2. He got a great start off the line. At the start of the race, almost split the two Ferraris, and then sort of gained position over time. And currently, I think he's net P3, if depending on where Damiano comes out. I think Damiano's done now for his pit stops. So, depending on when Yusuf stops, I think he's going to looking at net P3. But still, currently P2, and technically nothing stopping him from holding P2. So, he's doing a fine job. There's the yellow flag. And that is Nicola. What has happened there is he made it, and he might have spun by himself. I don't know. I think he must have done. Might on the exit, might have just got too much grass, I think. Yeah, he's probably just got a little too much grass on the exit, I'd imagine, from the chicane. And just spun himself right round. Luckily for him, he has not lost too much. I don't think he has any damage from that, so I'm sure he's doing just fine. For now, as we watch on then, looks like Hugo Anderson in the Swedish GT3 is coming in for his pit stop. Looks like we also got Damiano now, who's now caught up to Luca and Jon in their battle for P6. So I feel like I've seen Damiano overtake a bazillion cars already this race, and I'm probably about to watch it again, which is always great to see anyway, as he's already looking to set up a move on the Mustang already. So let's head into Helicam and see what he can do as the Mustang does come in and gets out of his way. Damiano, I'm sure will be pleased about that. I'm sure he would much prefer the toe down the pit straight. But it's all fine. Let's see now. Can Damiano catch up to Jon in the Aston? Can he get past him as quickly as possible? Yeah, Yusuf driving along. Oh, Lucas actually received a drive-through penalty. I didn't see that. So he's come in. Luca coming to serve his drive-through penalty. Looks like Miroslav as well. Also got a drive-through penalty as he comes in. Yeah, track limit is a pain, unfortunately. As Damiano does get by very nicely. So he's up into P6 now then. And a little bit cautious with the curbs. Understandable into this far into the race and battling cars around them. As now he needs to catch up to Adam, he's currently 6 seconds behind Adam. And then he should be fine. It looks like got a yellow flag for Killian, who seems to have gone off. I'm not sure where he's gone off. The chicane, I'd imagine. It is quite a common place to go off. Oh, what on earth is going on there? Looks like another McLaren. It's Christian in Competition Racing. It's having a little bit of trouble getting that car pointed in the right direction. He seems to be getting in the way of everyone. The race leader is just behind them. There is Nicola. I don't know what's going on here. He seems to be going slow. struggling. He's reversing on track. He does get out the way, I think. Yeah, he does get out the way. He's having a little bit of trouble keeping that on the circuit. Yeah, he's reversing on track, which should surely let him know. Can't be doing that, but looks like he's coming now to repair something's damage. You can see it's almost a lap between Nicola and Yusuf, which is insane. One 24 then. We can hop into a quick ad break and then we'll come back for a little bit more of action.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
Right then, we are back after that, and to be fair, not a lot has changed, but Zanet, after serving his drive-through, found himself behind the number 56 Aston, battling for P7, and they will continue to do so for a little bit. So yeah, we're very close now to the final pit stop stages of this race, which hopefully will make the final timing order a little bit more clearer for us all, but at the moment then it is Zanet versus Jorn. Damiano actually finds himself behind Adam now as well, which we'll cut to in a little bit. Zanet then looking for a good run on Jorn. We'll go to the splitter camera. The Aston doesn't seem to be getting any closer. Aston does seem to be pulling away a little bit, so nothing gained there, but a little bit of a push there I think from the BMW as he gets a little bit closer. I wonder if the BMW were looking to make the move into turn 2. Don't know if he will. He does go to the inside. He into turn 2, a little bit on the brakes. Aston gives in the room to do so. That was a great late move from Zanet there to move himself up into P7. A little bit risky, but he definitely paid off, and he now we're looking to chase after Adam and Damiano. Speaking of Damiano, I think he's about to make his move into moving on, and he looks to now optimise and try to get past. And feel like I've seen these two go round and overtake more cars than I have anyone else this session, which is insane. But still, Damiano then on the back of Adam, and looking to make the move as soon as he can. I'm trying to imagine him trying to line one up, maybe for the start-finish straight, but I'm not sure how well the Ferrari's going to do against the BMW top speed. But I could be wrong, so I'll have to see how it all plays out. This actually, Vincenzo goes round the outside at the final corner, just can't make it. Now looking to optimise that for top speed down the start-finish straight. We'll go on to the split camera of the Ferrari, and we can't see too much on that one. We're on to the onboard camera of Damiano. Down the inside into turn 1 they go, and it's going to be a move made by Damiano. A very nice move indeed. He moves himself up now into P5, and getting ever closer back to second place. And obviously second place is currently occupied by Yusuf Martin, who is now continuing to push on. So we'll have to see how that plays out now. And we also have Killian Thiel, number 918, chasing after Lucas in the 57 Ferrari. We'll see if we can watch this for a little bit. And you see how close it is as Killian looks to make a move. Just can't get there in time, unfortunately. This battle is going to be quite intense as the battle for P9 as Killian all over the curbs there, looking to make a move past Ferrari. Goes left, can't go right, but just needs to set himself up and line himself up pretty well. Down the straight they go. Ferrari makes a move, moves back. A little bit of a difficult one there from McLaren to try and navigate. Just can't really predict what he's going to do, but seems to be doing just fine for now. And then down the hill they go, flashing his lights, won't seem to get past. Yeah, can't currently do anything at the moment. On board with Killian right now. What can he do to get past the Ferrari? He's pushing all over the steering wheel. Just going to try and protect the racing lines. Just try and get smooth entry as you can, then power out on the exit. At the moment, Killian not getting any real time. So far ahead. Just needs a little bit more. Late on the brakes though. Let's head towards the front. That is a shit place to put a banner. I keep saying it all the time. They need to sort it out. Anyway. Killian moving on to the final corner then, as they continue onwards down the start-finish straight. I don't think it's going to be enough. It's the only real battle happening at the moment. Other than that, the gaps are pretty stable. Damiano closing in on number 96. The gap is around 1.9 seconds at the moment, and he does seem to be doing about a second a lap to him. So at the moment, doing just fine. Obviously, the main battles at the moment is with Killian and Lucas. Do have Luca just behind them, so they'll be a little bit careful as Killian validates that. That will be a track limit warning. Apparently a little bit more aggressive over the curbs than the Ferrari. It's probably going to gain him a little bit of time through this section. As Damiano finds himself within 4/10 already. Kowalski, car number 96, keep you updated on that gap as and when. And never mind, Damiano's just done him at turn 1. So there you go then, Damiano up into P4. Remember, I think Damiano doesn't have to stop anymore. I think he's topped off the fuel and fixed the damage, and I think he's probably called it there. I wouldn't imagine he'll stop one more. The Ferrari is so good on fuel, I wouldn't be surprised if he would make that distance anyway. But we'll head now to Zanet and Adam. Looks like the gaps are starting to decrease for everyone now. It's 2 BMWs go racing around sector 2. Side by side with the chicane though. That's not something you see every day, and they have made it through cleanly, a little bit on the grass for Adam, but they have gone through, and Zanet does prevail. He does get ahead of Adam there, so fantastic racing in the chicane. Killian still looking for a way through on the curse here. No going through the chicane on the side for them, but do seem to be doing pretty well. So I have to keep an eye on the gap between Zanet and Adam as well. But a minute, an hour and 13 minutes to go until the end of this race, and it is looking like an exciting one. I think the winner has already been concluded, but you never know. You never know what happens. We'll soon have. We'll go through some of the drivers in. I think we've lost a few cars since the start of the race. We've lost around 5 cars, unfortunately. But you know, that's what happens, especially in endurance racing. Because Ferrari was actually quite defensive from them. McLaren was nowhere near him. But that's fine. Adam then still chasing after Zanet, wants his place back, but don't think he can really stick with him at this stage. Go on board with Adam for a little bit. Adam now has dropped out to second to Zanet. But Killian pushing this Ferrari along, still trying to get past. He's flashing. He's trying to do everything he can to try and let this Ferrari let him by, but I don't think it's happening. As Ferrari goes defensive again. See the Mustang in the background with his lights on for some reason, but see how well the McLaren does. And the McLaren straight line speed's probably been massively affected by the damage it's got, but I'm sure Ferrari goes defensive really early, even though he's not in the tow, so close McLaren gets on the exit there. He's flashing still with McLaren. Really wants to get his way by, but how close he gets in the braking zone. So McLaren needs to sort of optimise his speed through the corners and try and just get a little bit more so he can get the run on the Ferrari, but I don't know. And that was a much better corner from the McLaren. And I imagine this chicane will be as well. Yep. So, see where the McLaren is stronger, but especially through this high-speed falling session, even with the damage, McLaren seems to be gaining quite a bit. A little bit of slide there from the McLaren, but this battle does continue on. A little bit of a twitch there from the McLaren. And let's see now. Can we get an overtake from the McLaren? I think the Ferrari's going to power out before the McLaren is, and McLaren sliding through the final section of the corner. So I don't think that will be well, nowhere near an overtake really, but as we still edge closer now to the final pit window, I'd say the final real pit window, final stop of the race if people are wanting to make it. McLaren bouncing on the curbs again. McLaren is really close this time. Let's see what we can see from the wing cam of the Ferrari. How close can this McLaren get? Really close as it should go. McLaren just needs a really good exit, an opportunity to make a move. McLaren's looking for the optimal line. There's how much damage they got. Twitching everywhere. And 38 is not helping how close they're getting to the car. But there seems to be a very strong sector from McLaren for just putting a weight on the stability side of things. So like one little twitch in the McLaren and all that hard work done in the sector, it just goes away. But will this be it from the McLaren? Don't know if it's going to be enough, but oh, it's a little bit wide from the Ferrari. McLaren's going to get up the inside of the final corner. They're going to be side by side across the line, and it's going to be much a drag race down the down the start-finish straight. McLaren does tuck into the toe. He does avoid it. He goes to the outside. It's a bit of a strange move from McLaren there. They're committed to the inside still. McLaren has to wait another lap, and it does seem to be getting quite close now, so they do want to be careful that Luca isn't going to get too involved in this battle or not. Wide again from the Ferrari. It looks like Ferrari keeps making a couple of mistakes here, just really giving advantage to McLaren. Yeah, Killian doing a fantastic job at the moment. He's getting as close as he can, make himself look massive in those mirrors. Try to really scare the Ferrari as much as he can. Around the outside the chicane, I'm not sure that's going to work. He's going to have to cut the corner, and that's going to give Luca a good run on the McLaren, and that wasn't the move to make for the McLaren. He knew how strong he was in this part of the racetrack. He should have just waited. Looking out all over the back of the McLaren, trying to put some pressure on him now. So what's turning into a two-way battle, slowly turning into heavyweight. This Ferrari again, really extending those track limits, but I don't think he went over them, but he's definitely making making use of them. But yeah, McLaren had a good final sector there to try and recuperate some of the loss he had. I don't think it'll be a pass, but yeah, definitely getting closer. And McLaren will have to go again, lay on the brakes a little bit too deep. I think he's starting to get a little bit impatient now. You start to see it in the way he's driving. Sliding around still. The Mustang behind, still flashing his lights. Yeah, Killian really needs to sort of reset himself and try to think about his best opportunity here. Where that Ferrari makes a mistake, he goes off the inside like that. That's exactly the kind of thing he needed, but can he keep it into the chicane? I don't know. They're going to go side by side into the chicane. McLaren goes in first. Ferrari's just behind him. McLaren does get ahead, and Killian will make that move, and he will get himself up into P9 after a great move and taking advantage of the Ferrari mistakes. It was bound to happen soon. The Ferrari was making a couple of mistakes on previous laps, but now can the Ferrari do anything to get it back? I'm not sure he can. Not this lap anyway. Great flames have been out, and that's, oh my god, Luca looks like he was trying to make a move on the Ferrari there, a little bit late. So he's trying to get involved now. The car behind him, the Porsche, that's Yusuf Martin. He'll be lapping these drivers pretty soon. Yeah. That turned into quite an interesting battle there. As we now head up towards the final hour of this race. As Luca making a late move into turn 1. Light contact made with Ferrari. I think that's just racing. As Luca goes really wide there for some reason. Yeah, just can't. As again, both of them go quite deep. That's all allowing Killian to run away in the McLaren. Now we can see again from the back of the wing of the Ferrari, a Mustang this time. And Porsche behind you, and be careful, that is Yusuf. He'll be lapping these guys now. There's again a stuck McLaren. So we can see the Mustang avoiding the curb, so the Mustang not trying to get track limits. And you can see the blue flags, the marshals are waving the blue flags. By ACM rules, you do not have to, yeah, he does get out of the way, but you don't have to move off the racing line, but he's got to not defend the position when being overtaken. So Yusuf just wants them out of the way as quickly as possible. I'm sure he'll know Damiano's after, but Damiano's in again. And so he is stopping again for fuel. Interesting. This might advantage. I don't know what's just happened, but Yusuf just come out of there sliding. He's gone wide to let him by. Oh, he's got a little bit of throttle happy. So yeah, this is advantage Yusuf because Damiano is now stopped twice, and Yusuf will be looking to stop, I'd imagine, the next couple of laps or so. And Damiano's set, you can set back in. It looks like it was just a splash and dash, I think, for the Romanoli esports team. So swap drivers as well to give Gavioli the final push of this race. Is that going to be enough to climb back up to Yusuf though? That is the question. As Andreas unfortunately receiving a drive-through penalty in the 101. Aston Martin. So now serving that if you can. So yeah, Gavioli here has got to get past his cars as soon as possible. We've got an hour left, and he's got to get back up, or try to get back up to P2. And he's in P9 right now. He's got to make these moves. He's going to have a real hard time, I think, getting past the Mustang, but we'll see. He has got the speed for it. We'll see. Just not close enough. Jean is in the pits then, so that'll be another position gained for Gavioli. Yeah, I suppose that's another thing you've got to remember as well. If some of these guys ahead of you've got to stop, so he will gain a few positions naturally through pit stops. And it's just not enough. The Mustang's just too fast in a straight line to try to do anything about. see when Yusuf just stopped and still out for now. And you should see how this plays out, but yeah, Luca losing the mission then to Gavioli, and that is probably one of the hardest overtakes he's had to make so far. Yeah, he's trying to get past the big beefy Mustang, and he's now got 6 seconds to the 918 McLaren, so let's see how he gets on. Let's try and close that gap, as we do have Adrian is in the pit box now. The Connect Racing team, number 250, is in the box. So we'll see how that all plays out with everyone else. As that is Zanet going past your screen now. You should see Adam coming through any second now as well. That's Adam. And there we go, Adrian has now been released from the pit box, and I don't think he'll be overtaken by anyone else in the pit lane. You also remember Adam and Zenit have still got to stop as well, probably for their final stint. And Yusuf Martin on old tyres has set a pretty close lap time. I don't know why it's just changed on race control, but apparently it went green but then it went blacked out again. But Yusuf Martin is slowly improving his lap times on old worn tyres, so he is pushing, but he has made a mistake for letting the McLaren go like that, because now it's slowed him down, but it should be fine. We'll have to keep an eye on where Gavioli is. He's 2.8 behind Killian. Sort of looking when does the leader stop as well. I imagine Yusuf would probably copy Nicola. Although, that being said, Yusuf is technically almost a lap behind. He's pretty close to getting lapped by Nicola in second. What does Yusuf do this lap? This will be crucial for him. Does Yusuf stay out? One more. And what does our race leader do? When does our race leader come in? Not now. No, it is now. Yep, just before the white line. So race leader is in. Obviously it won't affect the gaps at all. No, drivers might unlap themselves, but that's about it. No positions will be lost for Nicola in the pit lane. So obviously got Zenit and Adam. Yet to stop for their final. Gavioli just within a second of Killian. He'll be looking to try and get through these cars as quickly as he can. He's currently in P7 on an invalidated lap, so again he's going to watch out for track limit warnings. So he's all over the back of him now. Really looking for a move as quickly as he can. And we'll see what Yusuf does. Okay, so you gotta remember, I'm pretty sure Yusuf has lapped Gavioli, so I don't even think he should be safe. I think Yusuf. Anyway, as straight on speed battle with the McLaren, or it will go past. Just like that. Number 96 chasing after the Audi of Mooney in P9. And that was a fairly simple move, already done before turn 1. Yusuf continuing on then. For now. As Gavioli continues to push on. As this is Gavioli and the Porsche ahead is Yusuf Martin, but obviously Yusuf already lapped Gavioli. So this is ex-P2 and current P2. I wouldn't imagine Yusuf wants Gavioli to get past, but he might put up a little bit of a defence, but we might let him go, because I mean Yusuf just has the time to make a stop and still come ahead of Gavioli, so yeah, we should see how else affects things. Yeah, Yusuf says that another lap. If he can slow Gavioli down, it makes his situation even better. So. I don't think. Not too much going on right now, other than this little strategy battle. Now, Yusuf just stays ahead, just chilling. As long as he doesn't have to push or anything, he knows he's not going to get P1. But if he just hold up Gavioli, then he is pretty much guaranteed that P2 for as long as he holds it behind, really. Because I don't even think Gavioli's going to do much, because he's currently 14 seconds to the next car anyway. So they've had a little bit more of a great second half to this race. Have the 165 car. It looks like Luca is in, probably for his final stop then of the race. And in P3, and McLaren always seems to find himself in the picture. And it seems to looks like securing P3, a minute behind Yusuf. P4. 250 of Craig Racing, P5. Gavioli, P6. Quite a way off still. And still going to find his way past Yusuf Martin. Killian. And yeah, Killian's in. And so is the number 57 Ferrari of because he has got a drive-through penalty as Lucas. So you should see a few more position changes. 48 minutes left. Moving on now to see what is going on. A personal best then for Louise Adeline. It was 44.7 last time round, personal best. The rest of the Echo 849 car. They find themselves in P15. Trying to enjoy the rest of the race as they can. Just chilling, pretty much all by themselves. There's a few left cars here and around. Otto leaving the pits then in the Lexus. Well, his final stop of the race. Oh, never mind, he's going to drive through. He's going to turn again. We're looking to finish this race for the ASD Nominal Esports guys. Just keeping it in, and Yusuf's in. And here we go then. This is what's going to be interesting because Zanet is also. I can't remember if he stopped or not in this half of the race. So if he hasn't, then he has. Well, I imagine he'll stop soon. But if he has, then it's going to be quite an interesting battle. But we'll see where it puts Yusuf on things. But I imagine Yusuf will get moving soon anyway. I won't imagine too much trouble from that, but Zenit then come around the final corner. He is doing another lap. No, he's not. He's cutting the white line and he's coming in as Yusuf does get moving. You see Zenit in the background then, entering the pit lane as Yusuf's leaving. And that will be the final stop then for Yusuf Martin of the Unicart Racing Team. And he does find himself now in P2. It's pretty much solidified, so he's got to hold on for the next 46 minutes. Zanet then. And Adams also in. You see Adams just putting his pit lane just behind Zanet there. And behind them is the Connect Racing team. And he's got a little bit of blue flag traffic battling behind them. He does make both those positions up. He's up into P3. And so does Gavioli. He now makes both those positions on those BMWs. He finds up into P4. I can see Gavioli getting maybe a P3 here. But he's got to really push for it still. Personal best for Ronnie Lopez in the RT team, 784 in the BMW. So a little bit of last hour push for some of the teams. Adam now gets going, finds himself in P7, and number 96 finds himself behind the BMW of Zenit, or now Pedro. And then it's popping up the car. So we could see a little bit of a last bit battle for P5 and then P3 as well. So it should be quite an exciting end to the race with 44 minutes left. Sanatore still leads ahead of everyone else. Right, 6 already within a second of that. Then we'll stay on board. We'll stay on the cameras with these two for now. The track has slightly dropped in a little bit of temperature. Still quite hot, but still enough to run at optimum temperatures for these guys. Looking down the grid as well, Johan with success in fighting the Audi with Mooney, which I haven't seen the teammate of, maybe not turning up in that case, which might mean disqualification, but I'm sure reasoning as sure as I can remove it. But on board with the Audi in the wing cam. A nice engine. Oh, very hesitant on the final corner, which has got out of the Aston side by side with the Audi. Later braking for the Audi. Swing on the outside, Aston up the inside. The Audi just has to accept that it's not a place it has. We look across the field. We've got Casper versus Pedro for P4. Pedro a little bit defensive there actually. We'll see how this all plays out. I will be back in just a second. I'm just going to go grab something, but I'll leave you on this battle and hopefully I don't miss anything. Okay, I am back, and looks like no gain for Casper at the moment. Yeah, looks like nothing really has changed. Looks like Ewan has got past Mooney, but at the moment, nothing has really happened. But what on earth has happened at the lead? Senatore. I don't know what's happened. He's the gap's dropped down to 6.5 seconds. I feel like I've missed something absolutely major here. I mean, Yusuf looks like he's had an accident as well. His last lap was a 1:55. Martin is, what considerable now, is really close to the race leader with 40 minutes to go. So when I said the winner was certified, it's not. There's no damage to Senatore's car, but yeah. Oh wow. We've got a little spin for Christian here. 6. Apparently tries to rejoin the track safely. He does. Still chasing on, but what on earth? I want to know what happened to Senatore. Guess he got caught up with some blue flags or something. But yeah, the gap is literally 7 seconds, so I believe I've misinformed every single viewer. There is a lap between yeah, there's a lap between Senatore and Yusuf there. My apologies. I got everyone excited that there was a lap for the lead, and then there wasn't. Either way, does seem 36 minutes left. Yusuf Martin will be still securing a podium finish after a fantastic start to the race. Another personal best then for Louis Deadline. It's the second one they've had in this final hour. So again, another little bit of a final hour push. And yeah, also got Casper then still trying to chase Pedro. Not really sure how this is going to go. It's 2 seconds between them, but it doesn't look like the gap's really closed up all too much. And yeah, the gap is starting to spread out just a little bit. Gap now between Gavioli and the number 250 car has come down. It's within half a second now, and this is the battle for the final podium place. So this could be quite an interesting battle. as Gavioli invalidates his lap, but does continue on to fight with number 250. They got a little bit of blue flag traffic in the way, but I'm sure as they do there in the final corner, do get out of the way for the two cars. Can the BMW hold on for 33 more minutes? It does look like Gavioli putting on the pressure still with not long left to go now, and then should see hopefully we'll see a move being made. Also got Mooney racing on in number 850 versus number 56. And hopefully we'll see should see maybe a move for P3 and for P10. Battle does continue now to the final half an hour. We'll go quickly for a quick ad break and we'll come back. Hopefully the race for the podium will be here.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
Right then, as we head on to the final half an hour of this race, Gavioli is all over the back of the BMW, and hopefully we will see a little bit more action in this final closing stages of this race. we'll see exactly. There was a little bit of a slide there from Gavioli, and hopefully something a bit more exciting. We'll have to keep an eye on the gap between Mooney and John as well for in P9 and P10. Obviously, this is the priority at the moment. The battle for the podium should be a real exciting battle for the podium here. It's a car that started second. It's trying to make its way back up there, but I don't think that's going to happen today. Gavioli still closes. Just got to try pinpoint the best opportunity to try and get past. The best look like BMW is putting up a pretty good fight for Gavioli here. So it might prove a little bit more tricky than originally anticipated. Not long left now. Yeah, hopefully Gavioli can get a little bit closer and start sticking his nose around that BMW. Let's go to BMW cam. And let's go to wing cam. See how close that BMW is getting. Look, in the just the second and final corner. What can this Ferrari do against this BMW? Is the question. "26 minutes left on the clock then. Got a yellow flag for another 326. Again, we'll go back to Gavioli. As he's side by side out of turn 2 and coming down the hill. Looks like that is Gavioli easily and through. And just watch that one again. Go on board with Gavioli. We'll see how that move was made. BMW goes wide. A nice up the inside. Simple move for Gavioli. And then just holds it around the outside. Very nice. And I'm sure number 250 probably not going to be too happy about that. Sliding is that BMW now. So Gavioli then promotes himself back up into the podium places for the AST Roanoke esports team. Number 165 has got by, and now we'll just continue pushing onwards and upwards. And it looks like the gap between Mooney and Yuan has also expanded out. See, this gap is not really doing too much at the moment. As, does look like Gavioli is slowly pulling away. we'll just quickly cut to our race leader. Lewis driven, or both these drivers, both Senatori and Nicola. They've driven a fantastic race so far. Obviously, if you want to know how you can get involved with ACM racing, you can head over to the ACM SimGrid or join the Discord, or optionally go on the website acm-racing.com and you'll see all of our listed events. If you wanted to get wondering when our next endurance event is, it's next weekend. It's the 10 hours of Nords, and it is multi-class GT3 and GT4. Next weekend, Saturday, 9:30 in the morning UTC. I think all the GT3 are taken, all slots are taken, but GT4 is just as fun, and you have more chance of winning in that class. So what's not more to lose? If you're wondering when our next charity event is, it is on the 11th of July, and it is 24 hours of Bathurst in support of the British Heart Foundation, and that is another amazing charity. It's part of the charity races series, where we do charity races for a lot of different charities. So you should definitely get involved in some of those. We do include donation penalties, which obviously allows you to give yourself, just self-ballast, give others ballast, and others penalties. And if you're crazy, you can give yourself a penalty as well if you like, just to annoy your teammates. Why not? But it all's part of the fun. But I see Senatori lapping more cars as he flies by. But yeah, you should definitely try and get involved with ACM at any point if you can. They do host a multitude of events, and you should definitely get yourself signed up. If you're wondering when the next sprint race is, it is tomorrow, and it is the GT3 Sunday series. You should definitely get yourself involved in all of that. All great fun. I still think personally that GT3 Sundays are one of my favourite sprint series in ACM. It's always a little bit wild in there, and always great fun and competitive. So why not get yourself involved? But this Hungaroring race has been very enjoyable. It's definitely provided some action along the way, so can't complain more, especially for a track that is quite difficult to overtake on. If we now head over to Danielle in the ISS Racing Team Mustang, let's see if they can chase down the number 918 McLaren. And final 20 minutes of this race. We'll go on board with the Mustang and just see if Danielle can get any closer to the number 918. Danielle in the Mustang, currently driving a pretty solid race, in P9 at the moment. A little bit wide up the hill. They're still pushing on. head down to Elton, and teammate in the number 15. Him and Hugo driving a pretty clean race, P19 at the moment, and with Swedish GT3 team. There goes the Connect Racing 250 car lapping Elton. Also see some 29 car in P13. There's also driven quite an eventful race with a load of battles along the way. Now all alone. Lucas as well, also been involved in a load of battles today. Number 57, saved him quite a bit so far. So seen Mooney in a few battles today in the racing team Echo car in the Audi. Very busy, I think, across the race, and still trying to get into the top 10 if they can in the final 15 minutes of this race. And I'm sure Danielle will be looking to try and improve their position as well up into P8. So still a few battles left on the cards here. Nothing ever getting closer onto that McLaren. Does it to the outside? That'll make it though. Nope. Battle continues on. Very hesitant on the throttle is the McLaren. The Mustang then to the outside, does not get it this time, unfortunately. To Adam was driven, he's gained 6 places this race, so it's good for him. Up and find himself up in the top 10. Danielle still looking to get in themselves inside the top, or further inside the top 10, sorry. The gap between Mooney and Yawn is now over a second. Not a whole lot left, unfortunately. To the outside goes the Mustang. And can't find anything else at the moment. As go to the helicam, final 13 minutes of this. Outside the Mustang goes again, just too deep for the Mustang, just can't get past if he keeps going deep. Mustang still looking to try and get by. Just can't do anything at the moment. Getting ever so close now. Alright, as we approach the 10-minute mark then, we still have Senatore ahead of the rest. Yusuf Martin and Gavioli into your top three. And then we have 250 Connect Racing car, Pedro, 330 car, number 96 with Casper, Adam in the 113. And then you're watching Danielle versus Teal in the 918. As the Mustang goes to the inside, gets blocked up on the McLaren. And then to Yawn in the 56, and rounds out the top 10. This is going to be quite an exciting finish for the race. Got a little bit wide from the McLaren Mustang, think it's going to get on the inside of it. And then it's an advantage to McLaren. It gets all over the curbs, both of them though. As they head up now towards the top of the hill. As Mustang on the inside, McLaren does leave him enough space. Mustang just can't get it in time. Mustang ever looking. McLaren thought he was going to dive. He goes defensive. Mustang still just trying to get something off this McLaren in the corners, but just can't seem to get anything. But up the inside they go at the final corner. Again, not enough for the Mustang. And McLaren goes really defensive. There's one move made already though. What's he gonna do? Mustang goes to the outside again. Doesn't break too late this time. Keeps it nice and tidy. Puts power down. And that is the way to go. See if he can set himself up for turn 2. Just think about it, we just can't get through. 9 minutes on the clock. What is going to happen? Mustang dives in. Sorry, McLaren dives in. Almost got a little bit off track there. This thing now has to catch up a little bit more. Sliding the McLaren through. Oh my god, he almost completely dropped the rear end to that, and somehow managed to keep it on track. Been so gutting with 8 minutes to go, but he's still holding on. And that Mustang's all over him. What's the Mustang gonna do now? He thinks about it, but he doesn't go for it just yet. This is getting ever close. These guys are getting really desperate now. They're really trying to push their cars to the next level. And looks like we also have the number 96 within a second of Adam as well, just ahead of these guys. But we have to continue watching this on just for now. What's the Mustang going to do now? McLaren goes defensive again. Mustang to the outside. McLaren's sliding everywhere. That McLaren's got no tyres, I can tell. And just holding on. That another McLaren spun the wrong direction. Mustang up the inside, spins himself round. He made such a desperate move when he didn't need to. Just did not need to make that move. He knew that McLaren was struggling. Only cost himself. Really unfortunate for Daniel. It does let these guys off the hook, but we do have Mooney. He has caught back up to the back of the Aston. What can he do? What can Mooney do? Can he give us a last lap performance? Just over 5 minutes left. And Mooney is on the back of John. Just needs a little bit more. Let's have a quick ad break and then we'll clock back in for the final lap.
Are you looking to rent a private game server for your favorite game? Get your very own at G-Portal. Rated 4.8 on Trustpilot and with more than 90 games to choose from, there's a game for everybody. We provide our customers some amazing features and support too, providing you with a low latency connection wherever you are, except the Antarctic. We don't do the Antarctic.
We are back then. We are just over 3 minutes left of this race, and we're still watching Mooney. What can he do to try and get past you on in his final closing stages, his final crucial laps of this race? Mooney going a little bit wide, getting a track limit there. But this is the closest battle on track at the moment. What can these drivers do to give us the best final lap performance available? You can definitely tell that Audi is coming. It's so bright, and it does look fantastic. I think it does look better on the Aston, but that's still a very nice livery. Right then, this is your race leader. Vincenzo Stenatore in the 164. Lapping P5 again. 2 laps ahead. And Stenatore only has 1 more lap, and he will win the 4 hours of Hungaroring. Let's take a nice onboard for him. Stenatore then, as he comes through the final last couple corners in the ASD Romanoli Esports team, the number 164, the car that started from pole position and has led every single lap. Stenatore to cross the line to win the 4 hours of Hungaroring in the 2026 Endurance Series. What a race from him. The next car, Yusuf Martin, started in the top 5, has driven a brilliant race, splitting the Romanoli cars. Yusuf Martin comes home P2, and after a not so fantastic start to the race, the 165 car of Gavioli in the ASD Romanoli Esports team, after having a little accident with his sister car, after making a few mistakes on the track, Gavioli and Damiano will come home to finish P3 on the podium in the 4 hours of Hungaroring. Still a fantastic result from the Romanoli Esports team. A lovely race, well driven. These guys have been brilliant. And then the Connect Racing comes home into P4 after a very eventful eventful race, lots of battling, lots of racing. Kajas here will come across the line to finish P4 for the Connect Racing guys. Fantastic race for them. But, wow. The two ASD Rumnodi guys, your winners today. Great team effort, great team performance. We'll be right back, and we'll get on with a little bit of an exit show, but hopefully it won't be too long. So, see you guys in just a second. Well then, Senatore and Nicola take P1, and they've done it in style. You can see the mud, all the constraints against on that car, and they have driven a brilliant race. And yeah, I mean, wow, flawless from them. 2 laps, or a lap ahead of P2, a lap ahead of P3, and a lap ahead of P4, and 2 laps ahead of P5 and the rest. Insane. And obviously, Yusuf Martin in the Porsche has driven a brilliant race. He's gained 2 positions, and he has just driven a brilliant race. He managed to perfect everything just to how he needed. Just to finish in P2, and obviously Gavioli, the car that started on pole, unfortunately had a little accident with his teammate and has dropped down, but still finished on the podium nonetheless. And obviously we had the Connect Racing into P4. And unfortunately, didn't get on the podium, but still, they've had a fantastic race. And yeah, I mean, wow, that was such an exciting race, 100%. And you see Adam there just backing up. But regardless, they've all had a fantastic race, and they all deserve a good long break as well. These guys. Absolutely deserving of a round of applause of a performance. That was definitely some race, and they 100% definitely showed off today in the race, and it's been absolutely fantastic to stream and commentate this one. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have time to close out the way I wanted with a few interviews, but it will still be a fantastic race, and hopefully I'll see you again at some point in the future. So yeah, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Boy, on a real hesitation creeping in, but you look so good and I know what you're offering. Phone's lighting up, but I'm just gonna let it ring. Yeah, my phone's lighting up,